over there and tries to get us back in the JCPO.
If I guess your age correctly.
What's up, folks? Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice to the College Nation radio show. I'm the chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next couple hours of interesting conversation, stimulating debate and discussion as the only College Genesis can bring. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight as we got another explosive show. Now, in my series, I have several different series. One of my major series is Hip Hop Culture of the Damned. You know, I always talk about things that destroyed our culture. I'm the culture critic, right? Hip hop is the culture of the damned, right? We're going to talk about that tonight, right? P. Diddy on trial, right? Basically, hip hop is really on trial in this trial, right? What you see is all the years of destruction that this culture has done to not just to Black America throughout the world. That's what's on trial right now, you know? This is bigger than P. Diddy, you know? It's bigger than P. Diddy. Right now, all around the internet, if you look at the internet, they're basically talking about Black fatigue. It started off with Black people talking about, we're just tired of being Black. And then white people and everybody else said, we're just tired of Black people, you know? And I said to myself, I started listening to some of this stuff, and the people were saying, we're tired of ratchet culture. We're tired of their victimhood. We're tired of Black failure. We're tired of Black pathology. And I said to myself, you know something? They're right. If the only thing you could present to the world is failure and misery, you know, failure and misery, then the bottom line, sooner or later, people are going to get fatigued. It's like, damn, where's the end game in sight? You know, where's over the rainbow? You know, where's over the rainbow? When do you people get it? Why is you guys going through this? Why can't you guys get together? You know, I was once a racist, and I basically changed my views, changed my ways and whatnot. And I seen we put a Black man in the White House. Nothing makes you people happy. Even the richest among you, like Michelle Obama, is angry. You know, why is it that you guys are always complaining? What is it about things? So what people, even though there's some things that we could talk about and everything like that, there's Black people who are comfortable and basically being a Black fatigue and Black pathology has become an identity. That if you basically go out there, no Black person will dare go out there and say, you know something, racism doesn't bother me. I get along with everybody. I have a good life. You would be basically called every name in the book. You cannot look. Let me tell you something. There's some Black people out there who live good lives and somehow manage to make it. Never face racism. Well, if they do it, it's not really that important, and they brush it off, whatever like that. And they live their life and they go around being happy. I know them. But too many of our people, right? They get to social media, they complain about every damn thing. And it gets to the point where it's like these people are basically unbearable. And this is our culture too. Our culture is everything always about materialism. Is every Black person, the only thing on your mind is money and sex and all stuff like that, you know, ratchetness and foolishness and everything like that. How come the culture has not matured? You know, stuff that you like. The point I was talking about Diddy, right? Because I was back in the 90s, I was like, okay, I know this brother's gonna grow out of this nonsense. When I the party culture, blah blah blah. I'm like, damn, man. Then he turns 40, same stupid shit. Same, we gotta do this. You know, he's up in the Hamptons, all stuff like that. The whole fucking culture. And I'm saying, like, people who got millions of dollars, like, look at Shannon Sharp. You know, man, 57 years old. He looks like he's somebody's grandpa, you know, grandpa, you know. He's somebody's pop, a grandpa, a grandpa. And he's out there in a situation with a 20-year-old white girl. it's like, damn, people are saying, man, why are you people going? It's just embarrassing. Every time we look around, there's somebody black embarrassing us in our culture, and I know it's this hip hop, real Black American culture produced some of the most exceptional black people in the world, It's this hip hop culture, basically, not the real hip hop that we remember from back in the days, but this culture that basically the powers that be got a hold of. The hijacked hip hop culture. What I should say, the hijacked hip hop culture that was used to weaponize Black America and against itself, in the 90s and everything like that. The commercialized hip hop, Yeah, so that's again. So I wouldn't say that black people have the wicked ways. Some black people will have wicked ways, and those are the loudest voices. The black people who are wicked tend to always be the one out front. They're always on the radio. They're always online. They're always talking nonsense. They're always acting up. They're always basically doing viral videos. Oh, yeah, you're going out to Chuck E. Cheese, man. Bring your kids. Bring your 6-year-olds and whatnot. But then when Craig and them show up and Buquisha and Pookie show up and whatnot, because Buquisha's 2 baby daddies show up at the same time. Oh, wow. He won't bring his family and whatnot. And his other baby mama shows up and whatnot. Now, you know how that goes down. Fists are flying. People are getting shot and whatnot. And the kids are crying. Why are the grown-ups fighting? Chuck E. Cheese, man. Now, like I said, my grandkids, not my grandkids, my nieces and nephews grew up. I was like glad when they stopped going to Chuck E. Cheese because I've never felt safe at Chuck E. Cheese. There's always somebody happening. Right? You mean tell me we can't even go to Chuck E. Cheese where someplace supposed to be innocent without all hell breaking loose and whatnot? Do people understand how they look? I see the thing at Six Flags and whatnot. 2 families got into it whatnot. Fists are thrown and whatnot. The kids said, "Oh my God, let's," you think I'm lying. Let's play a video. It's better. I could show it better than I can say it, Fight at Six Flags, say fight at Six Flags. You'll see. Fight at Six Flags. This is just ridiculous. This is the culture of the damned, Fight at Six Flags. Flag. Oh, it was in Georgia. It should have. It says Georgia. I guess it was in Georgia, man. But I can't see people in Jersey acting like that. Oh wow, Prince George. I think they're shutting that down. Prince George's County. Prince George's County had a Six Flags. You got to be kidding me. God damn, Prince George's County managed to get a Six Flags, and Negro screwed it up. 100 kids break out in a massive fight at Six Flags. Well, let's like this. This is a couple years ago. Let's have some fun. Know, you know.
Park. Police say about 100 kids started brawling outside Six Flags Discovery Kingdom in Vallejo just before closing time. Not clear what started the melee, but things escalated quickly when people in the crowd started attacking officers.
Yeah, this is our go-to here. Can you start a couple more patrol units?
From code 33 for 415 Six Flags.
We're just trying to deal with the unruly crowd and get them all out.
Police detained several people, but only took 1 into custody, later releasing that person to their parents. They say nobody was hurt. Discovery Kingdom issued a statement saying there is 0 tolerance for unruly behavior. Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the...
Let's watch something else. Prince George's County. All right.
But first off the top at 10, it has been a chaotic weekend at Six Flags in Prince George's County. The annual Fright Fest had to shut down early last night after crowds turned violent. We do want to warn you, some of the videos you see are violent to look at. Fox 5's Lindsay Watts here now more with that story. Lindsay.
Jacqueline, these videos have been really, really difficult to see because in many of them, we see these young women viciously attacking each other. In another video being shared online, you see people smashing out the windows of parked cars. Take a look. Police say not a single person was arrested, even though in some of the videos you see Prince George's County police officers trying to get a handle on this out of control situation. I've talked to some who were there on Saturday night, and they tell me many of these people you see fighting were 14 and 15 years old. They say they don't know what led up to this, especially because it's multiple different fights. Fright Fest was shut down about an hour early as a result of all this. Around 9 last night, a woman tweeted Fox 5 this video asking why Six Flags was kicking everybody out early. Then as she was filming on her way out, she saw some of the violence that was erupting. She didn't want to be on camera, but she tells me, because we weren't being told what was happening when we asked security, we had no idea why we were being told to leave the park. That created a lot of what-if scenarios in my head. We immediately got in the car and tried to get far from the property out of fear of what it could be. Tonight, Six Flags only giving us a brief statement saying safety is the top priority and, quote, after observing the improper behavior of some guests, the park was closed approximately an hour early out of an abundance of caution. So we were back out there tonight. We saw that police cars were outside the park. However, we have not gotten a response about whether there was any extra security on hand tonight. We've heard from police that there were vandalism reports filed with the park regarding those.
Now, who thought it was a good idea bringing something like Six Flags to a majority of black area? Who was a person who decided that shit? Who the fuck decided that? Six Flags, let's go to Prince George's County, where you got the DC crowd, the Baltimore crowd. That's what it is. Baltimore people come in, the DC people come in, the Richmond, Virginia people come in. Even people as far away as Newark, New Jersey, or Wilmington, Delaware, let's all converge down there. Oh, what could go wrong? What exactly could go wrong? What can go wrong? What can go wrong? Those aren't immigrants, kids. Those are your foundational Negro Americans, FBA or forever. What was somebody had a good one? FBA means forever bothering Africans, something like that. No. So I already saw it, the Foot Locker thing. I already saw it. It's nothing to really work. I already saw that video, but I already played it on the show too. So I already played it one time already. So I'm saying to myself, man. The FBA culture. This is your FBA people, This is your foundational Negro Americans, violent. Look at the kids, man. Violent, just like this. One thing I'd say, all the times I've been in Liberia, I have never seen a fist fight. Never seen anyone argue, more than 2 seconds. And I've never seen a fist fight, What is it about Black American culture, for the most part, that's doing this, right? Even some white people, it's this culture of hip hop that basically has taught people violence and immorality and stuff like that are okay. And so therefore, the biggest provocateur of this immoral behavior is on trial right now. Maybe with if P. Diddy goes, maybe things could go back to normal. Maybe we can go back to a culture where people were peaceful and stuff like that, but I don't know. Maybe it was because this only happens here in America. You ever notice that? This culture of ratchetness and violence and wickedness only seems to happen in America. No other place in the world this has happened. You can go to you look at the Apple Pino Afro beats and whatnot. You see people all over the continent. They gather in large numbers and they're having a good time. They even play some old school hip hop. But what is it about black culture in America that basically brings people to their lowest level? What is it about America that brings people to their lowest level? You know, the relationship between blacks and whites in America are people at their lowest human level. You know, because somebody asked me the question, Colin, why you make a big deal about interracial marriage in America when you have no problem with Africans? Because you got two different situations, you know? No, they're not blowing cows' asses, Rico. Sorry, nice one, you know? You got to check your so-called FBA people in America. Our FBA people are just out of control. And I really do believe, Rico, you're part of the problem. You sound like one of those dudes that be out there acting a fool when you were younger and everything, you know. The comment. So I was like, why you have no problem with Africans and Europeans? Because I have no problem with two different races marrying each other. I'm saying the culture context of interracial marriage in America is about a social, political, economic, and power dynamic. America, there's the power dynamic, you know. That's why it's not fair to talk about Kidola, because he's a Nigerian, right? He has agency over his history and heritage and everything like that. And he married someone else who has agency over it. So it's almost like two equals, right? In America, it's always seen as the black person is trying to marry up or marry out or try to improve their social status by marrying a white person, you know, whether it's male or female. That's what the difference is. In other cultures, it's not like that because they don't have a history of white privilege and white supremacy and stuff like that. So therefore, dating a white girl, let's say if you're from Africa, is not the same as someone who grew up in a culture that exalts white people, you know? And when you choose a white person in a culture that exalts them, you're making a statement of validation of a system that oppresses black people, you know? That's why it's different. Whereas if it happens in another country, there's no such system that's there oppressing somebody because they're black, especially if it happens in Nigeria. If a white person goes to Nigeria and a black person marries him, she's in a majority black situation. So the power dynamic is not there. It's not the same thing. People have taken our values and our experience and basically tried to apply it to other people. They say, Carl, are you saying the Africans can marry white and we can't? Basically, because you bear the burden of your ancestors. There were black men who were lynched in this country for dating white women. Black women were in this country were abused and basically the property of white men for their fetishes and their desires. So therefore, when you choose to date out, all those things surfaces, you know. Is he using you as a fetish, you know, to look out slave master fetish fantasy and everything, you know? Well, I'm not Rico, man. You say don't get mad because I pointed out how dumb Pan African. Look, Rico, I beat you to the point. I'll tell you how dumb Pan Africans are. You know, Pan Africans are very dumb. You know, I'm not a freaking Pan Africanist, bro. You know, so you're fighting a wrong battle. You're fighting something. I'm not a Pan African, as you know it. You know, I'm something different. I'm not a Pan African. This is public. You know, I'm not someone here singing Africa's praises all the time. I'm like this. My Pan-Africanism is about uplifting my people in Black America. That's my Pan-Africanism, you know. And people can't understand that. I don't know what to tell them. But yeah, today about hip-hop culture. Why hip-hop is the culture of the damned, you know. Why is the culture damned? Because, like I said, it's the Black American culture, you know. Unresolved conflicts from slavery, oppression, Jim Crow. And the bottom line, that's why hip hop is so toxic in America, right? What we're doing is we're dealing with inner demons that's in our culture that we've never solved, you know? And then when the music comes out, those demons surface. You know, let me tell you something. The old saying, if you keep playing with the devil, knocking on the devil's door, you know, sooner or later he's going to knock. He's going to answer the door. That's what's happening right now in the culture of the damned. Black people through this demonic music have been knocking on the devil's door for the last 30 years. And now he's here. Now he's answered you. Now he's saying, what? You want to rumble with the devil? I'm going to show y'all. And to the point right now, America's turning into a friggin' virtual hell on earth, right? White people are basically openly saying the N-word all over TikTok and everything like that. They openly hate you. They openly basically talk about they're filled with black fatigue and they're tired of black people. And so this is a friggin' nightmare, you know? There's no way we can recover from this unless some miracle happens and somehow white people change their hearts and minds and everything. But we're back to square one, where like our ancestors were, where we're depending on white people to somehow say, Massa, when are you going to love me or not? When is Massa going to treat me right or not? You know, you're back to the same old thing. We have, in other words, basically, we've been set back 100 years in the last 5 years. You know, it is what it is. As stupid as a Black American culture is thriving. No, it's not. You know, the one thing holding Black America back is the culture. That's why I'm the culture critic. You know, is that with all you more of the time things you hate. You know, the more you attack, the more it takes. I don't know what you're talking about. You know. Okay, let's play some more Black American culture. Let's play some more of this stuff, you know. Let's see. Let's play some more Black American culture thriving, you know. Let's play some more. Let's see. Baltimore drill music. Somebody said Black American culture thriving, you know. Let's see. Baltimore drill music. Drill. Oh yeah, let's talk about this thriving Black culture. You know, let's talk about this. You know, Black American culture. It's like I said, people are friggin' insane. You know, when people say this stuff, they're literally insane, you know? Let's talk about Black American culture.
I'm from Baltimore. Of course I'm coming down more Durham just to fight. What's up, dummy? What's up? I'm from Baltimore. Of course if I get ran off my block, I'm just going to start trapping down Lexington the Market. Hey, yo, bro. Can I get right there? Good looking, bro. 2 for 20, bro. 2 for 20. Good looking, bro. Good looking, y'all. From Baltimore. When you hear this song, you got to two-step. I just lost my damn job today. They told me I was stealing time. Like, who playing that? Who's playing that?
Top 5 Baltimore rappers. I'm gonna go Tech. I'm gonna go Chaz.
Okay. Wait, which one? What you say?
Both Chazes.
Okay. Both the Chaz.
Right.
You and Roddy.
And I'm gonna take me off.
Ready? Ain't ready. Fuck the biggest eye.
Oh yeah, man. Black culture is thriving, spreading to other groups of people.
If
yeah,
you know it, then you know them niggas don't play with us.
Wow,
we got the
man.
30s and the switches and the K's of us. Ain't doing no bad shots, but we give our faces high. If you click your biggest homie, who gon' save your heart?
Oh wow, man.
If you know it, then you know them niggas don't play with us. We got the 30s and the switches and the K's of us. Ain't doing no bad shots, niggas, we give our faces high. If we click your biggest homie, who gon' say no?
Yeah, nice.
I had to tell Jimmy from back, I wish that nigga listen. I knew he hit the last time.
Spreading the N-word.
Knew his goofy ass was dead once he got the twitching. 53s will hit your body, that's a
Flashing gats. Oh yeah. Tell me, man, Black American culture is thriving right now. Okay.
Ain't nothing happen because your feet don't fit you.
You have to understand that I'm the culture critic. Look, I am determined to use
Welcome to Baltimore. What not to do in Baltimore Part 1. Pay attention, dumbass. Fuck you talking.
Do not go swimming in that harbor water, you feel me? If you do, you are trifling. I know it look tempting,
But you don't know how many bodies probably up in that water. Feel me? That's a
Black
no-no.
American culture.
Don't go get the
bodies
coop
all
with
over
the
the
cruddy text. You feel me? You setting yourself up for failure, low key. The boy gonna pull you over every time. That's a hot boy car. If you on a one way, you better look both ways. People in Baltimore don't care. They come down the street, bet on 100. If you see these squeegee boys, let them be. You feel me? If you don't want them doing nothing with your car, tell them straight up. Last but not least, stop stealing from your friends. Get that man his fronts back. Get that man his dirt bike back. Give him his clothes back, man. Be walking the Baltimore.
Yeah, man. Black culture.
Yo, the fuck it is, Donnie. I mean, nigga, who the fuck is you calling me, dummy? What you? I'm calling you, Don, what's up? You can't be talking. I mean, what the fuck are you trying to get into? What is you trying to get into? What type of time is gonna call me? What is you on, Steve? You can't be from here. Nigga, I know you're not. Already, dumbass. I'm a smart ass nigga. What you talking about? What? Yeah, bro. I'm saying what's up to you. Bro, you're not saying what's up to me like that. What are you trying to get into? Hey, since somebody got a hack around here, I'm getting the fuck from Ryan. Yo, it's stupid as fuck.
Don't play with me, you'll get. Don't play with me, you'll get. Don't play.
Tell nobody you ain't gonna work for white people, and then you sitting around with no money in your pocket, a bum. An honest day's work killed nobody. I'll dig up garbage if it's gonna feed my wife and my children. Right. I'm not too ashamed to do any kind of honest labor to feed my family. So don't come in here with no chip on your shoulder. I ain't working for no white man. Fine. Then let me find you working for yourself. But anybody in here that ain't working is stealing. We want to know if you ain't working where you get your money from. Because we don't need no more crooks, no more thieves and hustlers and dope sellers and pimps and abusers of people. We had enough of that crap. We don't need that in here. Tell nobody you ain't gonna work for white people, and then you
see that's what you need, that sort of culture. The words of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Black culture is not thriving, you know. If somebody says astute participant, you must be a white supremacist in here or a troll, you know. Astute, persistent, whatever it is, I'm gonna give you a chance to call in and friggin' and come public with what you say. You can't sit in my chat room fucking trolling. I just showed you evidence of the culture of the damned, you know, and you're sitting here telling me Black American culture is thriving. You know, what is thriving about it? You know, unless you're a fucking complete savage, you know, unless you're a freaking complete savage, you know, how the hell are you gonna say Black American culture is thriving? Are you freaking like this? Oh yeah, South thriving. It's not thriving; it's just there. Oh, you go South guy. Early story was one of them freaking African. You must be an African immigrant. Early story. Nobody lives in that place. Oyo, Tuninji, South Carolina. Nobody lives there, bro. But the bottom line is the majority of Black America is failing right now because we let this thing, you know. As people go million. Yeah, the bottom line is just like people got millions off fucking the slave trade. You know, what's the difference? Just because somebody getting rich off it don't mean it's good. You know, just because somebody's getting rich off it don't mean it's good. You know, so the bottom line is you're sitting there talking about, oh, the culture is making millions of dollars. You ain't making the millions of dollars off it. Our people ain't making no damn millions of dollars off it. You know, it's exploitation. Do you understand? It's exploitation. Now, what can I tell people? Like I said, I'm dealing with. Like I said, you could call me the College Genesis, the ringmaster, because I have a circus of deadly clowns I deal with every night. My circus of deadly clowns and whatnot, you know? Yeah, caller, man, you got to understand, man. You know, man, we are thriving. You know, we are thriving, man, right now. We're not, but we still want our reparations check because we're suffering from inequality and blah, blah, blah. How can you want to if you're thriving? What do you need a reparations check for? We built America, man. We built America. Okay, if you built America, that means you ought to be able to go there and cut yourself a check, you know? No, man, the white man. So how the white man, if you built America, how the hell the white man, how the white man end up with all the damn money? You know? I don't know, man. You hurting my head. You're making me think, Collar. You know, you be swirling around in my head, man. You be put me on a different type of vibe, Collar. You know. Yeah, I'm glad you got your PhD in Negroology, Dark Mingo, you know, because we're gonna need it, man. We're dealing with a Negro epidemic, you know. The PhD in Negroology, a Negro that lives in a whole world of delusion, you know. And people have black fatigue. They realize that black people are just full of shit. We're not serious about nothing. Is there anything we're serious about? Black people aren't even serious about, they say reparations. Black people aren't even serious about that. Not serious about that. They're not serious about anything. We have people that are just fools, you know. And folks, let me say something. I want to give me 1 second. I forgot to play some videos. Oh, let me see. I got some stuff I want to show you guys. Okay. Promo. All right, 1 and 2. Okay. Folks, I got some promos I got to play. You know, I got to pay some bills. We got to pay some promos. We got to play for our world-class tour. That Leon Honor still mess with Umar Johnson. That's so freaking funny. He says it's going to open in September. That school ain't damn opening, you know. All right. This is for our tour coming up. Hold up. I didn't put the screen share on. I didn't put my thing on. Look, folks, I got enough people in here. So.
Liberia awaits. Imagine yourself walking the vibrant streets of Monrovia, tasting the rich flavors of Liberian cuisine and dancing to the drum beats of our heritage. This isn't just a vacation, it's a journey home. Join us from February 12th to the 23rd, 2026 for the Liberia Roots and Culture Tour, hosted by Africa for the Africans. This is more than a tour, it's a transformative experience that reconnects you with your roots, your culture, and your future. Explore multiple cities including Monrovia, Robertsport, Buchanan, Marshall, and Painesville. Each stop offers a unique slice of Liberia's diverse culture and breathtaking landscapes. From the bustling markets to the serene beaches, every moment is a new discovery. Learn about the rich history of Liberia and the incredible stories of resilience and triumph. Network with like-minded travelers who share your passion for heritage and cultural empowerment. You'll also get exclusive insights into repatriation and investment opportunities, making this trip not just a journey of self-discovery, but a chance to build a legacy. Africa is the future, and Liberia is the heartbeat of that future. Don't miss this chance to experience the real Africa and reconnect with your roots in the motherland. For all tour details, visit us at www.africa4theafricans.org. Questions? Give us a call at 404-931-9429 or email us at afta2010@msn.com. We can't wait to see you on the journey of a lifetime to the motherland. Let's make this dream a reality together.
With TopTel, we were able to identify niche developers and niche technology leaders. It allowed us to get through our development cycle in a much faster.
No tour promotion, folks.
Dreaming of a cultural adventure? Liberia awaits. Imagine yourself walking the vibrant streets of Monrovia, tasting the rich flavors of Liberian cuisine and dancing to the drum beats of our heritage. This isn't just a vacation, it's a journey home. Join us from February 12th to the 23rd, 2026, for the Liberia Roots and Culture Tour, hosted by Africa for the Africans. This is more than a tour, it's a transformative experience that reconnects you with your roots, your culture, and your future. Explore multiple cities including Monrovia, Robertsport, Buchanan, Marshall, and Painesville. Each stop offers a unique slice of Liberia's diverse culture and breathtaking landscapes. From the bustling markets to the serene beaches, every moment is a new discovery. Learn about the rich history of Liberia and the incredible stories of resilience and triumph. Network with like-minded travelers who share your passion for heritage and cultural empowerment. You'll also get exclusive insights into repatriation and investment opportunities, making this trip not just a journey of self-discovery, but a chance to build a legacy. Africa is the future, and Liberia is the heartbeat of that future. Don't miss this chance to experience the real Africa and reconnect with your roots in the motherland. For all tour details, visit us at www.africafortheafricans.org. Questions? Give us a call at 404-931-9429 or email us at afta2010@msn.com. We can't wait to see you on the journey of a lifetime to the motherland. Let's make this dream a reality together. Dreaming of a...
There you go. Those are 2 promo videos Bomani just did today. If you really want to come on a tour with us, you can email me or go to africaforafricans.org for the Africans.org or email me at nation.caller5@gmail.com. If you want to join us on this tour, folks, as I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a tour of a lifetime. Reasonable price, just get it, contact us and whatnot, and we set up your payment plan so you get all paid off by the time the tour's ready. But yeah, so folks, you definitely want to be on this tour. If you've never been to Africa before, Liberia is definitely a country you want to start with, Definitely want to. I think Liberia is like, I call Africa made easy, So you got all the stuff like that. Talking about the food is off the chain. It's fantastic, the food. People can't stop raving about the food. People went on last tour and said, man, it's the best food I ever had in my life. Because it's a mixture of Southern African-American soul food with some African cuisine. It's friggin' delicious blend of foods, So definitely the food is good, the people are cool, and women are outstandingly beautiful, and everything's all packaged, just laid back country, funny like that. Liberia is what life ought to be, If Liberia was developed, it'll blow America out the door. If Liberia had the infrastructure, half of the infrastructure America had, it would be a paradise on earth. Can you imagine living in a place around your own people where you don't have to deal with the crime, the violence, degradation and everything like that? Liberians don't have anything what Black America has, but yet they're so peaceful. You're so safe. You never see fights. You will never hear a gunshot. You'll never hear fights. You'll never hear about somebody getting murdered or killed, whatever like that, And so the bottom line is, I'm saying, why is it that you in America, you got a fucking Six Flags? And I can only think of is the fact that when you're in Liberia, you have people that play some hip hop, hardcore gangster drill music. You got people who do that, but very small. Most of the beats that you hear all day is Afro beats, and you hear old school hip hop. You hear also R&B and old school hip hop, Think of yourself back in the 90s or 2000s or whatnot. That's what Liberia's like, There's a hip hop and the R&B and the neo soul and all that stuff like that. That's popular in Liberia, right? So if you're listening to stuff like that all day, old school hip hop and Afro beats and everything, you're that nonsense that's in your soul is not there. People don't want to argue with all that. I'm telling you right now, music is the soul, and you could corrupt somebody's soul with music, I know people don't like hearing that, what I'm saying, but it's the truth though. They basically created this demonic music that we have right now. It's literally demonic, and it causes death and destruction among people, And so therefore, I said to myself, because I always thought that they're just living in reality, color. they're really everything because they live in a bad situation. Yo, Liberian situation is 1,000 times worse than Baltimore, New York, Newark, St. Louis, and everything like that. 1,000,000 times more poor and everything like that. But yet people are so peaceful. You know, remember last year when I was there, right before the last couple of days I was there, I was staying with my guy Flo at Ebony Beach, right? And this, some people come there for the day and rent out a beach space and, you know, stuff like that and go in the ocean and everything. Well, this Liberian family came in and they basically was having a birthday party for one of the ladies, right? And then all of a sudden, next thing I've seen the cousins and the kinsmen all come in and everything like that, you know? And and then they basically all got in a circle and they sang the most beautiful song I've ever heard in my life. And I said, that was just so beautiful how they communed together and they were so peaceful. Then when they done singing that song, they were all partying. Somebody was cooking, somebody was cutting watermelon, somebody's doing this, some people were fishing. They're out there playing their little games. Somebody was kicking a soccer ball and everything like that. They had such a good time, but they started off with this prayer and this song they were singing. It was just so beautiful. I think I recorded it. And I said to myself, I'm not used to seeing this in America. I'm used to seeing people getting together at family reunions and gats coming out, you know? Gats are coming out at family reunions nowadays. What the hell is going on? No, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like everything's all right. When you ask me, Colin, where's the Afghanistan? Where's all this? Like, look, we have to get ourselves together first, you know? And until we basically understand that there's something wrong with our culture and everything like that, I think really what it is this deep love we have for white America, and America is a problem, you know? You cannot have two masters. You cannot serve two masters, right? You cannot love America like the way you want to love America, absent America loving you. If America does not love you, you have no obligation to love it, you know? And to basically win America over, we basically became the joke, you know, side of white people saying, yeah, y'all was good for a while. We let y'all be the clowns or buffoons, which means now they're seeing the destruction of Black America and they're saying, this could well be us. Well, I think they're turning away from Black music and hip hop and stuff like that right now. You know, they got Black fatigue because they see that that culture that have Black people have not made any progress in 30 years, right? They see that happening to them. That's why the culture war, Donald Trump won. It looked like when you look at the rappers like Kamala Harris, who she bring out? Megan Thee Stallion. She brought out Plies and everything. So the bottom line, they thought that was going to work. They thought the hip hop, the culture of the damn, was going to permeate into the mainstream America, and it did not. Somewhere along the line, white America said, no, we're not going to go down like you. We're not going to have fucking Cardi B's and our kids, our girls are not going to be Cardi B's. Our girls are not going to be Megan Thee Stallions, you know? Our boys are not going to be Lil Wayne's. Our boys are not going to be whatever the freaking next rapper is and everything like that. We're going to get back to what we know is God, faith, and country, America, you know? And that's why Donald Trump won the election last time. It was a culture war, you know? A culture war that has hip-hop looking like foolish, right? Because America rejected hip-hop with Kamala Harris, you know? Hip-hop, the hip-hop culture got Barack Obama elected twice, you know? Oh, he's a hip-hop president. He's hip-hop or whatever like that. But this time it didn't work. America saw something deep. That's what was going on. They did not want to lose their culture and lose their civilization, you know, to Black mediocrity and Black foolishness. The P. Diddy trial, this is just the icing on the cake of what they're trying to do. They want to get rid of this culture, you know. They want to get rid of the people like the P. Diddy's and who else is next. They want to destroy these people. They want to bring them down and destroy them and make them insignificant, you know. So the bottom line, when you start affecting their culture, you know, their youth, corrupting their women, they don't like the fact that there's so many white girls doing interracial OnlyFans in America, you know? I don't know what the early story is talking about. Yeah, I really never know what he's talking about. Why are you surprised by the American culture, though? The women and men sharecroppers lineage date outside their genetics by their teenagers. What are you talking about? You know, black people and white people don't date outside their genetic. What do you say? Just say what you mean. Race. Black people don't date outside their race. Black people do not date outside their race. There's only one black race in America. There's not multiple genetics of black people. There's only one black race in America. You know, and 99% of black people date other black people in America. You know, so I don't know what you're talking about, early story. That's that goofy shit you be talking about sometimes. You know. We're not. Black America is not tribes. I think you got the wrong country. Black America is homogeneous. We're homogeneous. We're the most homogeneous group of people on the planet. We're homogeneous. We're one gene. We're not different tribes, whatever like that. We're not tribes. We're not different genetics. All African Americans have the same genetic DNA. All of us. All Black Americans are like 85 to 95% African DNA. The rest is European. You know, that's all Black America. You know. Yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about, man. You know. So it is what it is, you know. All Black America pretty much are the same, you know. But yeah, so folks, you know, Dark Meaner, we have turned away from God. We go to church more than white people percent. We have not said, yeah, but even though we go to church, brother, the church has become a bastion of sin. You know, right now they're twerking in the church. They're doing girls and women doing all kinds of sexual deviant stuff. This is what I said. You know, God's going to bring down his wrath on the black community one day. You know, the church is basically the church of heathens. You know, we got more heathens in the black church than there is out in the streets. You know, don't let me play the video of what black women twerking and bending over for the pastor, and you got TD Jakes and Kurt Franklin sitting on each other, kissing each other and whatnot. TD Jakes about I've evolved on sin, man. You know. So like I said, the church is not basically the bastion of God, the house of the Lord anymore. You know, we turn from God. Now church means nothing. Yeah, it doesn't. We turn from God. The God became the white man's materialism. You know, that's what God is to us. You know, white man's money, his materialism, all about who made the song "All About the Benjamins." The man that's on trial right now. It's all about the Benjamins, man. It's more about that song than that. That's money worship. You know, all about the Benjis, baby. No. We lost our way. You know. It's like you have to go outside the church. You can't read African connection and fucked up. Yeah, or African. Yeah, so I don't know what he's saying, Eddie. Then wake up. You know, we can't. We have basically gone so far outside of the Bible and the way that kept us. Oh, Colin, look. All I know is that Bible and those churches back in the days where people got the Holy Ghost in them and stuff like that built communities, built families that set men to work for 30, 40 years and put food on the table, you know, and men went out there and did an honest day's work and whatnot, you know. That's the Black America I grew up in. Men look for honest work. They were not trying to hustle and scheme and grift and scam and whatnot, you know. That's the Black America I grew up in, you know. That's the Black America I want to build one day someplace else. Because I know America's never gonna let that happen again, you know. Our faith was their biggest threat. It wasn't it. Our family, our love of family, our love of community, our love of each other was their biggest threat to them, you know, because that's why they had to bring all the friggin' the demonic music and culture to destroy us, you know. Now Black America is at its weakest point right now because we lost the moral compass and the moral authority that we once had. Y'all mock Black Americans, then you mock Continental, and then you mock. Look, I don't mock Continental Africans. I don't mock Black America. I'm a culture critic. I say what's wrong with Black America. I'm not mocking them. Y'all say, well, look, I'm not scared to death of white people. I don't know what you talk about. They get it too. But I'm not trying to straighten out white people. They're not my people. I'm not trying to straighten them. I'm trying to straighten out my people. I want to see my people do better. Corey Mack, ain't about basically being afraid of white people when they're irrelevant, Part of that, don't you understand? They're irrelevant. People, oh, you're scared of white people. Look, why am I sit there and talk to people that are relevant to our conversation? We have to get Black America right. If I could do my part and everybody else do their part, we all start this echo chamber of saying that we want change and we want people to get back to morals and values and everything like that, then we'll get someplace, We could leave something for the next generation. I'm not talking you. I'm talking about one of your mods. I don't know what y'all talking about. Yeah. So it is what it is, folks. But that's what it is, folks. The hip hop, the culture of the damned, it's almost like the devil, the gates of hell have opened, and the devil and his demons are walking the earth. That's what you have right now in Black America. You literally have the devil. When the people talk about the ops and they're running in night, running away from getting killed and whatnot, where kids 14 years old could pull out guns. Remember a couple of years ago, a 12-year-old pulled out a gun and like a 16-year-old died and everything like that. It was at a Juneteenth event. Remember that a few years ago? And I said to myself, the devil that's when I decided I definitely got to get on YouTube, and my message out there. The devil has walked the earth, I remember a couple of years ago, black people with our defiance and our thought we were doing something by electing Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, we're like this, right? So anyway, he gave you a Juneteenth, right? And black people, oh, yeah, made not building infrastructure, not building communities and stuff like that. But you were satisfied with a holiday. One more day you can fool around and have fun, act a fool. And what you had? You had women 80 years old running for their life because they had a Juneteenth event and everybody scrambled for their life. You had people out there and with walkers on, like running. I said, damn, Grandma, I know you can move that fast because gunshots came out at a Juneteenth event. Remember that? The very first year. What part of, the devil is walking the earth? We have the culture of the damned. Nothing we do. We can't even have large gatherings anymore without the devil walking the earth. And the devil is in our children. The devil's in our youth and everything like that. I'm not trying. You can call me Reverend Collar tonight, You can call me the Collar Genesis. You call me Reverend Collar. You call me Collar Rumble. Whatever you want to call me tonight, Mr. Code named MK was religious. Satan killed. No, look. Martin Luther King made his mistake when he started cavorting with satanic and secular forces. One of his main advisors was a communist homosexual. He lost a lot of his spirituality. People tell him, Martin, what you're pursuing is not of God. Trying to integrate with white people, even trying to get into their sex clubs and all stuff like that was not God. He basically was with Harry Belafonte and all these other Hollywood types and whatnot. He lost his way. But Martin Luther King was a young man, He was a young man. He probably didn't know any better, So the bottom line is this, Martin Luther King basically lost his way, out there doing all kinds of illicit stuff and everything. Dark Meat, I wish you could hide my face and name with the code, I don't know. Collar Rumble, yes. Yeah, they gave you a little bit of holiday. You out there talking about, yeah, I'm enjoying myself. Next thing you know, blip, blap, blap. And they see, ooh, we got to get out of here. Yeah, grown-ass people in their 70s running, I mean, yeah, I was like, what do you thought this was a rehash of the civil rights movement? You talking about when you don't say so. When you have these events, Leroy, Pookie, and Ray Ray is coming there with the gats, That's what's happening. That's your community right now, That's what you wanted, You didn't want to build a black community. You didn't want to cast explosions on stuff. You didn't think there was something wrong with Black America. You got that mad with Barack Obama. He said, when Barack Obama said we have to do more to build our community up and stop getting in trouble and all like that, Black people got mad. No, ain't nothing wrong with us. But the old you're defiant ass. Now you can't even have an event. You know, every Juneteenth event when somebody's dying, Juneteenth, your holiday. You know that you fought so hard. We got a whole holiday. You can't even have a Juneteenth event without something fucking. I remember my ex-girlfriend. I forgot. This was like a Memorial's Day, right? And this was back in 2000. What year was this? 2016, right? And basically, there was at what's it called? Huntersville Park, right? And they said they had the sound stage up there and everything like that. And they would say, yo, they were going to do the electric slide. And they were going to have a dance show, families, whatnot. But guess what? Craig and them from around the corner decided to show up and bring their beef. Next thing you know, Gats coming out. And I saw my girl, it made me so angry right now. She fell. She said she fell because she picked up a little girl. When bullets were flying, she picked up a little girl and she was running. She said it wasn't even there. It just got started. Next thing you know, guns are coming out. And that's when I said, I gotta get online. I gotta get back there and I gotta start doing something. Because I'm fucking tired, man. I am so tired. I said I could have lost my girl back then and whatnot. And she said she had like an 8-year-old girl she grabbed up, you know, and she was running, everybody's screaming and whatnot, you know, just doing nothing. These are Black people, working Black people, just want to enjoy themselves, have a good time. And niggas come out there, you know, the culture of the damned, you know, the culture that tells us this is normal, the culture that tells us this is okay, you know. Juneteenth, I could have figured Juneteenth was your birthday, you know? The culture of the damned. The only thing wrong with Black America is a culture that the white racist system puts over us, you know? There's nothing wrong with Black America, but we don't have a way. We have people that bring this culture to us, right? The people like the P. Diddy's, the people like the Jay-Z's, the people like the 50 Cents, the people like the Rick Rosses. All these race traders bring these stuff to us. And the result is we have a culture that can't even have a damn Juneteenth without the guns coming out, you know, without the Gats coming out, without somebody getting killed and whatnot. And what's going to happen is that when this culture breaks down, so too is Black America, because you cannot keep going years and not having normal things like festivals, family gatherings, and stuff like that before the culture just completely dies and disappears. Before we go the way of the Eskimo, you know, and Neanderthal and other people that just disappeared, and all of a civilization that just disappeared from the earth, you know, before we become like the Australian Aborigines, you know, that's what Black America's headed towards. When you have this many dysfunctional communities in a country, right, that's dying, right, and you dare to tell me that maybe it's time for us to part ways with America and it's time to build a nation of our own where we could start from the top to the bottom and we could reinvent our culture and stuff like that. We can enforce rules and regulations and everything like that, you know? See, Rico, this is the problem right here. Rico, so that's what the niggas, he calls himself a nigga, right? Those are Black immigrants. See, they don't want to take no responsibility. No response. They live in a world delusion. They don't want to take no responsibility for their freaking foolishness and stuff. No, those are Black immigrants and whatnot. See, that's what I said. These Negroes basically learn from the white man. Always blame somebody else for their problems. Never take any accountability or responsibility, you know? It's called plausible deniability. You know, you just deny stuff out of convenience, you know? Rico Miller. Oh, no, Colin. All the problems you see, you just described, which I described in detail. Those are Black immigrants out there, you know? Oh, yeah, those are Black immigrants out there shooting up Chuck E. Cheese and whatnot. Oh, yeah, you know, pulling out Gats on everybody. Want to stick up all the stick-up kids in St. Louis, Detroit, and everything. Oh, those are all Black immigrants, man, you know? They all came from West Africa and came to America and said, you know, I got nothing else better to do than become a stick-up kid in America. Oh, yeah, those are Black immigrants, you know? That's why I say I still want why Black immigrants come here, just so they can get blamed for everything wrong with this rotten ass community we call Black America. You know, I don't know why they come here, you know. So it is what it is, folks, you know. the reality show called Baddies, where the black women beat each other. Oh yeah, I seen that. You know, they took an Africa and Africans. They were just staring at them with disbelief. No lie, Carl. So you know those black immigrants cosplay black Americans. Yeah, I know, but the bottom line is this, bro. I know Africans are acting stupid somewhere, but let's be honest with ourselves. 99% of them are black American. You know, let's be honest. I'm out there in the streets, bro. I know who I'm talking. I know my people. You know, and this ain't fucking Fatunde and Kwame from West Africa. These are Negroes. You know. And yeah, they got people in New York that are recent immigrants that cosplay the worst of. But let's be honest with ourselves. You know, it's like the entire black youth in America are just dysfunctional. You know, there's like almost no functional black kids no more. We can say it was a joke. I hope it was a joke, man, because I can't believe somebody could be that crazy and say something like that. You know. Yeah. So let's just hold that L. You know, just hold that L, man. It's not hard. You got to go there and take a big L and hold it. Put it on your lap and hold it. You know, Black America got to hold this L, man. Hip hop is a culture of the damned. You know, I don't see this behavior no place else in the world but America. No place else. I only see this in Brazil. I only see this in places that got a higher murder rate. You know, the culture, the celebratory aspects of destruction. You know, other people basically have destruction, right? But they have righteous indignation to go with it, that they're going to fight it. Black people, we celebrate, you know, and we exalt the people who's bringing us in this culture of destruction, the culture of the damned. You know, we're damned people. You know, you have to see a video where those Zulu dancers were staring at those African Americans. They were beating each other. Those ladies, you laugh at, yeah. Tsukihama is Nigerian. I doubt it. I think Tsukihama, if I listen to the way she talks and everything like that, that's a ghetto hood rat chick. You know, I call it Dookie Hama. You know, Dookie Hama is definitely from America, you know, or the UK or something like that. But her culture, she has the culture of the damned, you know. So Africans, immigrants who adopt the culture of the damned, but that's what we're talking about tonight. It's not Black America, it's the freaking culture of the damned. Baddies are filled of Black people. America, the Caribbean, certain Africa. Then also, you know, but I don't know about that, Frenchie. I just see that mostly the sisters in America that be acting like that. Suki, she's Niger. Florida, a lot of immigrants turned Black American. Yeah, but I said the key is she turned Black American, you know? That's the sad part about it. Why is it that our culture always brings out the worst in people? And you're making my case, you know? Why is that Black hip hop culture in America brings people to? I said this top of the show. What is it about Black American culture that brings people to their lowest level? Why is that? What is it about Black America that brings people down to almost the level of an animal and beast? I don't see this no place else in the world. You go to any part of Africa or whatnot, they got their music and everything like that, but their culture that they celebrate is really freaking peaceful, whatever like that, especially Afro beats. I love it. There's something strange about these lace front wigs. I noticed that. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the lace front wig. I think it's making something, the chemicals are going in their brain or something like that. I think it's like that. You know, I think that's could be it, you know. People have self-esteem issues. Yeah. Yeah, living in a white country. If you live in a white country and everything like that, Black women in America got very, very low self-esteem. You know, that's the problem. You know, if they're not happy, they're going to make sure niggas ain't happy, and they're going to make sure nobody else is happy. You know, that's what that hippopotamus Letitia James is all about. She's miserable. So she tried to make Donald Trump miserable, but the joke's on her. Stacey Abrams, she's another one. That whale, she's miserable. She want to make everybody else miserable, you know. And I'm trying to bash Black American women because I know Four Righteous is going to come for me tomorrow. She's doing a whole series on me tomorrow, man. She's basically going to call it hates Black American women, blah, blah, blah. I love my sisters. I be living my sisters, man. Can't say I don't love my sisters. I love them, man, you know. But I tell you what, man, you know, there's some things that got to change, you know. So it is what it is. Right now, black women, if you keep telling women it's okay to do OnlyFans, it's okay to do what you want, suck dick, they had a dick, I love the dick challenge, and that stupid chick, what's her name, Gabrielle Union, I do for the dick, whatnot, I don't know. Just black women in America, our culture has taught black American women to be at their lowest, whatnot. Now they're basically going around basically trying to present themselves as a bed wench and whatnot. People said, well, we thought we could use the term bed wench to friggin' to shame black women. They've embraced it, I'm gonna be a bed wench. And that goes out to the white community and the Asian community. And they're like, oh, black women are bed wenches, right? They're easy and they want easy for money and stuff like that. So that's why you got so many white guys and Asian guys and knocking up these black women, leaving these mixed race kids on the black community, because black women put it out there. Hey, being a bed wench is empowering, that's what Lil Kim said. That pussy's power, that's what Rich would call it, like they say, But Tisha James is Caribbean. I seriously doubt that, man. That is a sister from America. Lisa James went to school with my cousin Debbie, my big cousin Debbie. They graduated from college together. They're friends. My cousin Debbie, she got money. She's a millionaire. She basically travels the world, whatnot. She's I forgot what she does, but she's rich. And basically she knows Leticia James. They went to school together. Okay, we got the Ubuntu King. I think we're gonna have some fun tonight. Okay, Ubuntu King, what's on your mind? Dollar Bill, you there?
I can't hear anything. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Leticia James, she graduated from college with my cousin Debbie, my big cousin Debbie. They went to school together. Somewhere in Long Island. I forgot what university they went to in Long Island. Maybe University of Long Island. I don't know. That was a long time. My cousin Debbie was in college when I was in junior high school. So yeah. So, but she got that. You got these sisters. I'm not trying to bash out black women tonight, but they got to take some responsibility. We're living in the hip hop, the culture of the damned. The very worst elements of hip hop have taken over and taken root in Black America and the world, and people have gotten friggin' black fatigue. Unfortunately for Diddy, right? I think I looked at his trial, right? I really don't think they got as much as he's an asshole. I don't really think they got a strong case. That's just what I see. I don't think they really got a strong case against him. Like beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's why I say there's a lot of doubt in this case. Now, Case, if they draw some sympathy towards her, they might got him, might have him, But other than that, I do not see where he physically coerced somebody at gunpoint to do anything, So I basically don't understand, I don't understand what the charge is. I don't see him physically. Maybe because people just didn't like him, whatever like that. And they're turned off by the baby oil shit, whatever like that. But does that make him a criminal? Does that make him a criminal? Maybe he's on trial for all the degradation he did to the culture and stuff like that. That's what he's being tried for and everything like that. And they basically lumped that together with his sex life, which is private. I don't know. It's just really, really a bad situation for him. And I don't know how it's going to turn out. But I don't think, to me, on what I'm seeing right now, I don't think the case against him, I said that the other night, I don't think the case against him is that strong, so you might have to wait another time to see justice against P. Diddy if you basically have type people think something needs to happen to this guy, whatever like that, whatever. this might not be the time. Maybe I over jumped the gun on this one a little bit, because he has good lawyers. Honeyfall said there's a new thing going on called black fatigue. Yeah. A lot of black people making racist videos. But yeah, you see a lot of white people making race. Yeah, white people have joined there and said, we're going to talk about black fatigue. And white people like this. This is what they always wanted to do. This is what they were thinking. Oh, it's not fatigue. They were already fatigued about it, but just now they feel like they're comfortable to say it. They're comfortable to say that they have black fatigue. They basically, after they were the ones who monetized this culture, they're the ones who put this stuff up. They're the ones who created the P. Diddy's. They're the ones who created the Jay-Z's. Do you think black people are the ones that basically, Jonathan Miller, I can't listen to your thing. Diddy didn't do it. Of course, you're a fellow criminal. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you're going to be root for him. Nobody did it, right, Jonathan? Right? Nobody didn't do it. He didn't do nothing, right? He did something, man. What he did, whatever like that. Jonathan can't tell you what he said, what he did. He did something. He abused Case. But John's like, he didn't do nothing. No, he did something. The question is, what did he do? And somehow, if you say human trafficking or something like that, that's debatable. That's debatable, right? But he did something. He's not innocent on everything. It said, I'm only the one that doesn't care about his baby oil freak offs. I don't care about that. Whatever you do in your private life, whatever the hell you do, whatever gets you off there, that's you. So I don't know. This sex trafficking thing is it's an ever expanding and broad. There's no real definition. It's constantly expanding for the case. Like Harvey Weinstein was called sex trafficking, right? Or he didn't force anybody to sleep with him; he just coerced them. That's sex trafficking. Now you got dudes out there who call themselves pimps when they got girls out there making money. And they don't know how serious that is. Now, basically, being called a pimp ain't a good idea. You're called a human trafficker, And that term has been so broad, Hold up. That term has been so broad that it encompasses everything, You can be working at a restaurant and have a day labor service, where you're supplying manual labor under the table. And somebody complained about the pay or something like that, you could be arrested for human trafficking. That's how broad this thing is. So I'm not really, like I said, I don't have no intention of exploiting nobody, but it could happen. Somebody could say, "Collar, man, didn't you say somebody worked for you?" Yeah, well, you was human trafficking because you didn't pay him enough. You never know when it's going to come to you. Because it's so broad, the law is so broad, I see you, hater, says, oh, you're back from the other night. I see you're the same person back from the other night. She's a P. Diddy lover, You think P. Diddy's going to send you a check, whatever like that? Some women that love dudes like that, The most stupid you are when I, Case, is it a wolf in sheep's clothing? Wolf in sheep's clothing, like most women, bruh, don't fall for their innocence. That's a chick is a monster. She don't seem like no monster to me, Ask Ryan. Who the hell's Ryan, I can't stand women myself. I'm a woman. Oh, ooh. Women throwing other women on the bus. It's interesting, Diddy likes men. Yeah, of course he likes men. He had big ass TD Jakes bent over, and spreading his cheeks, That's sad, Who's Ryan Leslie? I don't know who the fuck these people are. I don't know celebrities. What did he play in? What did he sing? I don't know who these people are. Shit. I do not know celebrities. I don't know them at all. What up, Ja? What's on your mind?
Yeah, Carla, man, it's kind of, good for having the show again, man, having these discussions, man. Like,
oh, yeah.
The other night, man, I was up and I was saying, hey, having a passport is kind of an option, whether or not you do business with it or whatever. And it seems like you were saying that, you know, I was being like a bit hyperbolic in saying that, you know, you never know how things are going to go down in America. Things could change, you know.
Well, look, I'm like this. The culture of America is toxic, you know. And when I travel to Africa, I'm in Liberia, right? I don't see that. I see they have like not even 5% of what Black America has, right? Nobody has money. Nobody has a decent housing, food, whatever like that, you know. But why are they so peaceful? Why are the music they listen to all day so peaceful? Why is it that they can have large gatherings and whatnot and nothing happens? Why are there no guns in the country?
Okay,
Why do you never see fist fights, you know?
Let me answer that question. But first, let me complete what I was saying. Tonight, you're on here, and it's like you're being hyperbolic. It's like the end times in America. You're saying essentially Black America.
Well, I don't say it's the end times. I'm saying that right now, what I say, we have to wage a full scale war, a culture war in America. That's what it is, you know, because majority of us are not going no place. So
that you're saying that Black Americans could go the way of the Eskimo, of the people in Tanzania, you know, like
yeah,
that, like die out essentially, right?
Well, yeah. If we don't look, the thing about that is these are things that could change. Just like we got into the situation, we can get out.
Okay,
but if you can't, if you're not going to recognize you got a problem, yeah, we can go. I should have said, yes, we can go the way of the Neanderthal, the Eskimo, and all these other places like that. And we don't recognize what we're up against. I think a lot of Black people are in the dark about what we're facing culturally in this country. You know,
that's the truth. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say, I guess, is life is complex. A lot of times, I don't know. I feel like when I listen to people, a lot of times, people be acting like stuff is simple. What leads a human to be, or a person to be who they are? The variables that go into that are multiple. That's why social science is a hard thing to predict sometimes, because you don't know what each individual is going to do, right? And so, for instance, I listened to a doctor. Her name is Dr. Bandy Lee, an Asian lady, right? And she said something, because she wrote a book about crime, right? And I've never read the book. I plan on getting in and reading it. But she said that it's the pretty much like the like how close you are to wealth is what creates the crime. Because I used to think of the same thing you're thinking of. I used to be like, well, Haiti is the poorest place in the Western Hemisphere, right? But the violence in Haiti is not as high as, say, a Jamaica, right? You have
Are you sure about that, man? I've seen friggin' videos of people just armed gangs. I never seen that in Jamaica, man. I seen Montego Bay and stuff like that. I seen every inch of Haiti looks like hell on earth, man. You know,
Haiti might have changed in recent times too, right? To where it might be a little different now, right?
A little different, man.
But
have you seen the antics of General Barbecue, bro?
But what I'm saying is, and I used to compare it to like Africa or Cuba. Cuba would be considered probably a relatively poor country, but you don't see the similar levels of crime. It would appear, right? Same thing with some parts of Africa, right? But the lady was saying it's the proximity to wealth, it's the how close you are. How can you see the wealth in front of you and you can't get it, essentially? She was seeming to be indicating that that's one of the factors. Now, again, it's human beings you're dealing with, so you can't say that's going to be the only factor, right? But then the question becomes, what percentage of it is because of your proximity to wealth, how much you have versus others? What percentage of
one of the things, like, you to add on to that is like when you got people in America, right? You go down to Saks Fifth Avenue, or you just happen a day you going down to the Guggenheim or Rockefeller Center, and you're seeing all this opulence and power. You see Wall Street, whatnot. You see people who have money to burn and whatnot. And then your reality is you're going back to your tenement project, whatnot, where you have it's like this. You have these dreams and these aspirations, right? But you feel like because of your race or whatever like that, your social set, you're locked out of that, and it makes people angry. Now, there's nothing to measure your life by, you tend to be more happy, you know. The tragedy of Black America is you live in a country that's so rich, you know. And so therefore it makes you like, damn, I want the American dream. Where if you live in a poor country, there is no damn dream, you know. You just like that's why they act the way they do. The problem is when people get proximity or they get access to money or near money, they start acting like it. It's like that every place in the world where you got high crime, Brazil, and like that, because you'll have one group of people that has everything, right? And then the mass of poor act a certain way because they want what they have and they can't have it, you know. But places where there's no rich elite and powerful, right? People tend to act normal because nobody has anything, you know.
Right. And so you're saying that when you go to Liberia, there's wealth in Liberia, but I'm going to
not really wealth. The wealth in Liberia, you got some people that got a little bit of money and all that, but it's not like, you know, where you could. It's not pronounced, you know. Like
this is what I'm saying. I'm going to make an assumption that it's going to be like I read a book called American Kleptocracy, right? And I thought it was about essentially kleptocracy in America. Right. But it wasn't really. It was about how people from other countries that are kleptocrats essentially use America to spend their money and wash their money and things like that, right? Now, and the laws to change that, they've tried to change the laws of the past and investigated these guys and stuff like that. And sometimes to bring them to justice has taken so long, or to change the law, something drastic had to happen for them to change the law. One of the examples they gave a guy from Ukraine. He was one of the examples, but they gave another guy. He was from Equatorial Guinea. His dad was the leader of Equatorial Guinea. And the son is in America. He bought a multi-million-dollar house. He has all these expensive cars. He has a helicopter. He's partying with all kinds of people, rappers, and everybody else. He buys memorabilia from Michael Jackson and all this stuff, right? Millions of dollars, right? And he's essentially spending the money in America. But so he has money, and the money's coming out of Equatorial Guinea. And so you have people in Guinea that might have money, but it's like they're spending the money sometimes elsewhere, or but they're getting the money from the state, so they might have some wealth shown in Guinea itself too, but it's not a ton of people. You have to be around that guy or close to that dictator, essentially.
Yeah, every place, like principally, I agree. Every place has elite, rich, you know. But the bottom line is this: when you have a small ingrained elite that basically everybody knows, okay, they're elite because either they stole something or every time there's old saying, behind every great fortune is what? A great crime, right? So people understand, okay, yeah, his father did this, they robbed this, or they swindle people. That's why they got all the wealth, right? When you have it like that, then people understand, okay, he did that. I can't do that. That's why I'm poor. He's rich. But what America does is put you up a Statue of Liberty and tells the world this is a land of opportunity, right? And then when that actualization is not reality, you know, then they turn to gangsters. That's what created Al Capone. That's what created the gangsters, you know, stuff like that. They're like, you brought us over here, told us this was a great land of opportunity. And we get here, man, there's all these barriers and everything like that. Y'all expect us, the little saying, the Italian said, we came over here, y'all told us the streets were paved with gold. We got over here. Not only was streets weren't paved, they weren't on gold, they weren't even paved. And not only were they paved, they expected us to pave them, you know? And so that's why I said that's when like the Italians had and the immigrants had an opportunity during Prohibition. They said, we got to tuck it. They had the balls to take it and say, look, we're going to basically get rich off of Prohibition because the people who had this country would never want to share it with us. So we're just going to take what we want, you know? That's what it is. Because they said like this. Now, had they stayed in Italy and Ireland and all these other places, they would have been peasants, they're poor. I always talk about this in Life's Gamble, you know? Life's Gamble, the story of Life's Gamble is, okay, the man says, okay, if I stay in this village, I'm a diet farmer, right? I know what I'm going to have. I can have a decent life, whatever, but I'm a farmer. I'm going to work hard all my life and then retire with nothing, but at least I have a life. But if I go to the city, there's a good chance I either get killed or I could strike it big. That's what's called life's gamble. So I'm going to take life's gamble and go to the big city and see how it turns out. Every human being has that, you know. They want to take that life's gamble. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right, what's up, Carla? What's up, channel?
There
What's
we
up,
go.
panel? What's up, chat? Look, the guy, the guy you're talking about, his name is Theodore Nguema, the son of the president of Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, they sanctioned him because he was being an idiot, spending his country's money, you know, foolishly. But Carla, I think when you're talking about culture, right? Hip hop culture is a subculture of African American culture. It's not the totality of the culture.
Well, it is, but the bottom line is this: hip hop is not just African American culture. Because everybody contributes to hip hop in so many ways and everything. And let's be honest with ourselves, right? When hip hop went mainstream, what sold, right? It was stuff the most negative aspects of hip hop sold, right? The gangster rap and stuff like that. The hip hop that was conscious that I listened to and everything like that never got monetized for the most part. Never was on MTV, VH1, and stuff like that. So you can't say this is African American culture. It was basically selected as African American. Like I said, you have people who say this is what we want to see as a face of black culture. We don't have no power over this. We didn't choose the fact that you had the Jizza, right, who was a genius in lyrics, right? He never really blew up like Snoop Dogg and all these other people like that. We didn't choose that. It was the mainstream who did that, you know? We had all kinds of people battling and whatnot, the mixtape circuit and whatnot. That didn't get friggin' big. It went out because the bottom line is the powers that be got a hold to it. When I said, no, we want to hear about gangster life and we want to hear all this stuff like that, rolling on 20s and all stuff like that, you know? And drinking 40s, calling women bitches and hoes and whatnot. That's what they wanted to hear, you know, and that's what went out to the masses of people, you know. That's what, so you can't call that hip hop culture as it came from Black America, you know. White America talking about they have black fatigue right now. They have to take some responsibility because they're the ones who monetize this stuff. They're the ones who got this into the mainstream. That's what I remember. Never forget when I was in Orlando, Florida, year of 1999, right? You know. Hip hop is not only African American culture. If it was only African American culture, then 85% of all the hip hop would be bought by white kids. White kids buy 85 to 90% of all hip hop. All thing. Look, I have a freaking thing today, right? Proof of what I'm talking about. I showed behind this video. I was on the road today and I saw this guy standing right next to the redneck in the truck. Listen to the most vile shit, you know, most vile shit. And when I'm saying, man, who this music belongs to, you know? And so, like, as a matter of fact, I might post it on YouTube. Let me post it on YouTube so I'll show you what I'm talking about. I had the videotape that. I said, I got to show Bamani and shit. This white guy listens to this most vile, garbage hip-hop music, whatnot, you know? Nigga this, fuck this, drug this, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying, is that, Jonathan, is that really black culture? No. It don't belong to us. Hip-hop belongs, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Hip hop does not belong to Black America, you know. Somebody said, astute. This person says that gangster rap wasn't mainstream and it became popular when it wasn't mainstream. Oh, I don't think so. You know, who do you think? Who now? Anybody in their right mind don't understand Too Short, Ice-T, Ice Cube. Where do they think they got their money from? Ice Cube said it one time. He said, I make my money because little Billy in Kansas want to know about the black culture in my hood, you know? That was different from New York hip hop. New York hip hop, we had LL Cool J and Run DMC. They only had a New York black audience. Hip hop on the West Coast and even Dirty South music, the main people were friggin' consumers of it was middle class white America. You know, white kids in the suburbs. And I never forget, 1999, I was in Orlando, Florida. I was in this record store, you know. I was in this record store, right? And there was these white, blonde, blue-eyed kids, right? They were buying some of the most hardcore shit no one ever heard of. Oh, this is such and such new album. Give me this. You know how they used to have the tapes with the plastic on it so you couldn't steal it. Remember those? And basically the mother, she was just picking up all this garbage. It was like, just some crazy, wild shit. Killer this and killer that, thug this and a gangster this. And when I was like, who are these motherfuckers? No one ever heard of. They went straight to a white audience, white suburban audience who want to hear the worst aspects of Black America, And I said, that's where the money's at, They are making money, basically. White people are monetizing destructive music, in our culture, But that's what it is, So I don't know what Jonathan's talking about.
Just remember, though, at the same time, some of the biggest rappers wouldn't be considered gangster rappers, right? Like Kanye West, right? Like Kendrick Lamar, like a J. Cole.
Oh, let me ask you a question. Do you really consider them?
That's not true. Those are conscious rappers. Young G's.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo Gotti. Those are the gangster rappers. And
those guys are
Young Dog, Lil Durk, Chief Keef. What is his name? King Von. Those are gangster rappers. J. Cole's a conscious rapper. Kendrick is a conscious rapper. Kanye in his earlier days, he was kind of talking about materialism and putting a bit of consciousness in his music. But those are not gangster rappers. They're almost the opposite.
And they're massive. So what I'm trying to say is that it's not just what we consider gangster rap that's blown up. As a matter of fact, I would make.
I'll be honest with you, right? I get that, right? But let's be honest. Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, they have a mainstream appeal. You don't see real hip hop. You never see 5% lyrics hip hop get popular. J. Rue the Damager, AZ, Pharoah Monch. Anybody doing 5% lyric, the Jizza, doing 5% stuff where they're doing knowledge, wisdom, and stuff like that. That doesn't go blow up. Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole, those are more suburban.
Yeah, Nas is
rappers,
Outkast. These guys are huge. Killer Mike.
I mean, I'm not saying that there's not exceptions, but for the most part, even Nas, his album that only got big because he went mainstream, Let's be honest with you. He went mainstream, with that.
I mean,
he went mainstream. I remember he went mainstream. He didn't apologize for it either.
He's talking about people who are older artists. But let me get to the point I was trying to make, Colin. When you talk about Liberia, right, and you say that it's safe, I won't say it's a false statement because that's what you see. But most of the crimes in the country happen at night. There's a lot of robberies.
I would go, Elvis. Let me tell you this, right? I was at nighttime, right? I could walk through the streets of Old Congo Town Road, all stuff like that, and it's never a problem, right? I've never seen a fist fight. I've never seen anyone argue more than 2 seconds or whatnot. It's not the same.
A guy killed 2 police officers. A guy killed his friend because he.
Yeah, I mean, there's always exceptions. There's always look, Elvis. There's always evil under the sun. There's always going to be people.
Okay,
that, right? But the whole thing is this. Elvis, right? I went to many gatherings in Liberia and stuff like that, large crowds and everything like that, right? I never seen old people have to basically take their little walker and cane and beeline out of there because they hear gunshots at a Juneteenth rally.
Colin, have you ever been to West Point?
Yeah, I've been to West Point. Yeah, I've been all there. Claretown, West Point, I went all there. I went through all there. West Point, Claretown. I went through all there. People were nice as hell, man. I never had no problems.
Yeah, you're going through there. You're not.
No, I stopped
the people
there.
who live there.
I got out.
You stop during the day.
I get out. Elvis, I know what I'm talking about. I get out. I know people there.
I'm telling you, just like any other country,
you're just saying that stuff. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. The bottom line, ain't nobody. Look.
I'm telling you, ain't
nobody gonna hit you. Nobody's gonna hit you. Nobody's gonna freaking thing. Maybe you're just scary ass. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you in Liberia. That's just the way it is. You know, because shit happen. You know, anywhere in the world, shit can happen. But you ain't gonna be like this. You know. But the thing is, I'm telling you right now, you walk around Baltimore, shit will happen. You know, it can happen. It will happen. You know, that's the difference. You know. And it's a culture.
Yeah, the one thing I will give you is
if you're sitting there listening to Afro beats all day, Afro beats all day, and old school, and Liberians like love old
you spent an
school.
hour and a half talking, right?
If you're listening,
That's why we don't like
if
to
you're
come on the
listening to
show.
old
That's why we
school
don't
hip
like to
hop
come on the show
all day,
anymore, Tyler.
if you're listening to
We
old
can't
school
get
hip hop
5
all
minutes
day
to
and
speak,
Afro
bro.
beats and everything, and your spirit is calm, right? You're not gonna be
Tyler,
violent, you know.
Tyler,
But if you're talking
Tyler,
about death,
Tyler,
destruction, drill music,
can you listen
you're
for
like,
a second,
that's
bro?
the truth.
Can you listen
What?
for a second?
Go
That's
ahead,
why we
man.
don't
Make
like
some
to come on
sense,
the show
man.
anymore. No, that's
Yeah,
why we don't
don't,
like to come
man.
because you
You don't
do a
make no
whole hour
fucking
and a
sense, man.
half.
Go ahead, man.
When we come on the show, we can't even get 5 minutes to speak.
All right, go ahead, man. But make
I
some
mean,
sense. Go ahead, man.
nah, it's not about making sense. It's about the exchange of ideas. I'm telling you, you're doing all this criticism of Black America, and in some places it's warranted, right? But when you try to do the juxtapose with Liberia, number one, we don't have a gun culture, right? It's illegal to own firearms, like where a lot of people have First Amendment, and it's very difficult to get illegal firearms. There are people who have guns, I'm sure, armed robbers, they do, but that's the one thing. It makes the country safer from gun violence, where there's a ton of domestic abuse, there's a ton of assaults, a ton of stabbing that happens. So the
Yeah,
country
but people live
is
though.
dangerous in certain places.
I don't know. I
But
never felt.
how
I never felt that. Look, the
yeah,
only time I feel safe, only
You think
time
I'm gonna see a drive-by shooting?
except for
I
being out
never
here
see
in the
anybody get shot in
suburbs of
front of me, but I
Virginia,
live in America, and there's a lot of violence in this country.
except for the suburbs of Virginia where I live at, Liberia is the second safest place I've been in my life. Let's be honest with you.
Kyler,
Yeah.
you come from the old school where the murder rate was way higher back in the day. And murder rate was way higher. Way higher in the 80s and the 90s and the 70s and the 60s. It was higher.
I don't know about that, man.
It was, dude, you could look up the stats.
Man,
The
I looked
murder
up
rate
the
went
stats,
down.
man. Dude, man.
You could get away with murder back in the day. You got cameras all over. What you keep talking about?
I think that caller. Good evening, first of all, guys.
Hey, you from the 80s? You from the 80s and stuff? You from like this stuff?
I think
we used to hang out in Paisley Park, all over New York City. I should take the subway to Coney Island. I never had
it's documented.
I don't remember. I don't know what you documented. I remember. I
The
know.
FBI.
So
They
there were
keep
some
stats on
places
that.
you didn't hang out, right? 40 projects and whatnot,
Dude, they
and
kept
stuff like
stats
that.
on that.
But the bottom line, for the most part, I had a good time. Summer in this New York City was heaven. We used to hang out to 42nd Street to like 3 o'clock in the damn morning. At 15 years old, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think people don't recognize violence, or when we're young.
Yeah,
that we the youth, the euphoria.
Thank you.
But it was violent.
It was violent back in the day.
And the city was violent in the 80s when the crack epidemic hit.
Thank you.
It was even more violent than it is now. You're absolutely.
I see you. Look, I was out there. I seen the violence, right? But the bottom line is this: if you weren't involved in the crack shit, like you had 40 projects, you had 9-year-olds carrying gats. Yeah, you can get yourself smoked, whatnot. If you fuck up somebody's money, yeah, I was like this. But what I'm saying like this, at least you couldn't. What I'm talking about the violence of you going to Chuck E. Cheese and the gat coming out, over some stupid shit. That's what I'm talking about.
I think you exaggerate something.
You are exaggerating that, bro.
Black
all
America.
right. If I'm exaggerating, let's like you guys always ask for it. Let's go to the video.
You want to take you want to take isolated incidents.
No, not isolated.
I'm sure there's a lot of violence
Chuck E. Cheese
in
fights.
Jamaica. I know there's a lot of violence in Trinidad and Guyana. See, my problem is we keep highlighting what happens with us in America. So when
That's
you
all I know, man.
So when you pick up, when you listen to your show or the Dinah Show or all these other shows, and people are listening, they assume that we are such a violent, disturbed people, and we're looking at the lowest denominator of hip hop, and then we're applying that to all of us as a people. I don't think that's responsible.
And that's my argument. That's my argument. My argument is that we are generalizing too much, you know?
Exactly. So take the lowest common denominator, the lowest hanging fruit, right? And then we're going to say the most impoverished people, the most uneducated people, and then you're going to say that's all Black America?
Oh
Right.
no, not me, man. I
No,
say
but
no,
that's what you're
not me,
doing
man.
when you come out and you say that Black America is ill and with this and with that. So you're
Some
taking the lowest
Negroes
common.
need
You're
help,
taking the
man.
lowest common
Yeah, Will,
denominator.
some Negroes need help. Some of my bros need help, man.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
people need help all over America. You got an opiate crisis where white people are falling out all
Well, that's
over
their
these
problem,
towns
man. That's their
that you
problem.
grew up in.
That's their problem.
No, but I'm just saying though, what is the solution? What if we just get up here and we keep bashing each other and talking about how bad we're
Oh,
doing?
yo, I do these shows because I hope somebody come up with a solution, man. I hope
Well,
somebody
but the solution is one of the solutions is not keep calling us Black Americans, right? Because the whole thing is that we're African Americans, we're not Black Americans, and we keep doing that. And so we realize what happened to our community and what has been allowed to happen to our community. At one time, we were 70 to 80% families. The breakdown of the family, okay, the psychological onslaught of what is happening to us in our communities, where Black men can't get a job, where young boys, okay, don't have a father in their household. These are things that were going. It's not the rap music that's doing it, okay? Those are just outside forces. Let's deal from within. Why is it that people can't get together while the women and the men, okay, are using their social platform to attack each other? And I don't even understand why we even concerned about P. Diddy, a billionaire, and what happens in his bedroom. We're too concerned about nonsense.
Like I told you, I could care less what he does. Whatever gets him off, whatever gets him off. That's his business. Because I haven't really heard anything really like saying he's guilty. I haven't heard that part.
Oh yeah, here's the thing that you didn't hear, Carla. So Cassie, she testified today. She said that they had over 400 orgies with multiple men. He forced her, he coerced her, coerced her into having sex with different men.
Hold up. What does force look like?
Coerced,
He
right?
physically manhandled her.
Hold on, Carla, you gotta let people speak. She explained it, right? This is her testimony. Now that the defense can cross-examine her and all of that. So she said that what Diddy likes to do is to have strippers or male prostitutes come and sleep with her, multiple men, and then he'll go in another room and FaceTime her while she's having intercourse with these guys. And then when they ejaculate, she will take their ejaculate, their sperm and rub it on Diddy's nipples. That's one of the kinks that he has. The sperm of other men, he used to rub
All right,
those
the man's a
sperms on his
freak.
nipples.
Is that a crime?
Well, then another part is she started going through this when she was 22 years old. P. Diddy was in his 40s, maybe early 50s at that time. So there's a power dynamic, there's an age gap, there's she's of a legal age. Now these things, are technically legal because they're consensual, but she's just trying to show you a pattern of abuse by Diddy. And then there's the video, the case in point of this video where he's beating this girl in a hallway of a hotel, dragging her down by her hair, violently beating and punching her like a man, showing that that was what it was. And then another thing that she mentioned is she was writing a memoir, and she offered to settle with Diddy so that he can have rights to the books, so she wouldn't publish it for $30 million. And he kind of blew it off. And then in 2023, when this whole thing kind of blew off, they settled for $20 million. These are all testimonies that was in the courtroom. So Diddy is a degenerate, of course. He's a deviant. We know this. Don't try to cop for him. You try to do the same thing with Bill Cosby.
Well, I'm not trying to cop him, but I'm saying this. I'm fair. Everybody knows I don't like Diddy, right? But I still say, that the man needs a fair trial. I mean, The guy's a freak. We know. We're all guilty about it because we knew about these stories for years, but yet we supported his music. I bought his clothing and stuff like that. We supported this man. We looked the other way a lot of stuff. This Negro was at friggin' the Oscars when Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. He's up there saying, he's apologizing for Black America. I'm like, nigga, sit your ass down. I apologize to the white audience. Nigga, sit your coon ass down, So, but the bottom line, he's been around for a long time and whatnot, We tolerate this Negro. Let me play this video I was thinking about. This is fun at Chuck E. Cheese, man. I love the Chuck E. Cheese videos, man. Birthday party turns. How's he done doing?
She is suspended with a expired CCW permit.
Is this your gun? You pull it out at the table over there?
45.
Hey, come here. Nope. Back up.
Get my motherfucking knee.
Stay here.
Right now. Take that little boy at that right here.
Stay here.
Get her. She got a gun. She just pulled out that gun in the pink. She got a gun on her.
Mike.
Get her in that gun. Get her in that gun.
Pink.
Get her in that gun. Sir, can you please give me some? Yes, she did. She pulled it out on me. She pulled the gun out on me. That's how we know she got one. She pulled it out. Sir, can you please give me some milk?
Yeah, you need to sit down. Sit down.
I cannot see.
Yeah, we'll get a squad to watch out your eyes.
Man, what the fuck?
4,500. Continue with more mutual aid.
Look at
Stay here.
I got it. Look, this is my one. Okay, good.
Come on, she just hit her in the back here.
You got me fucked up.
Relax.
She right next to the police. How the fuck you hit me?
The cop came and she wanted to fight. I
Relax. We should spent the grand in this bitch.
We did. Just relax. Sit down. Come on. Look, I got my.
Get my fucking door.
Say what happened, please.
I just spent a grand in this bitch on my daughter's birthday. Fucking breaking this up.
Relax.
What I'm talking about?
Hit on her and stuff. All I know is I was coming to this house.
That's sad. Look at the baby.
We need more cars in here.
Stay back. Get that. Stop. What are you doing? That boy's hitting my fucking knee.
There's only 4 of us here, dude. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, this is what happens. We have weak ass security. If that was me and my boys back in the day, man, we would have fucking mopped this whole fucking place up. Every one of these chicks would be on the fucking floor with their foot on their necks and whatnot. Like, you know?
The girl in the white. In the white. This is my door. $34, $45 around 3. Send a squad.
Apparently, a little kid got pepper sprayed. Who's got the pepper spray? We have paramedics coming. Who has the pepper spray? I have no idea. Oh, hey, stop! Throw in the white. That bitch in the white probably got.
7647 around 3. 576. You see if anything Desiree Thomas, or correction, maybe Desire DESIRE Thomas, last name 51493. That's one of the females.
The one in the pink.
She is suspended with a expired CCW permit. Can you advise?
What's your name? Is this your purse?
They can come up. We're going to take the kids outside. On the sidewalk.
Is this your gun?
Okay,
You pull it out at the table over there? Okay. All right, well, you're going to be detained right now. Okay. Huh?
But you're determined because what now?
For a weapons offense right now, for starters.
That's claiming arm injury. She would like to squad.
Is there anything in this purse that isn't yours?
Okay, copy. We also received
Do you have a CCW permit?
Female. Is this the same subject?
Where is it at?
Or a new patient?
If it's not in there, give it to my car.
Okay. Is your ID in this purse?
Okay. I am right in front of Sally's unit. Copy. We're sending the squad for the female with the arm tape.
That's the reason. Okay, let's bring a gun in here.
I didn't know it was in there.
Someone saw.
Because the female with the stomach pain, what's her location?
Don't you think
We'll figure it out.
Okay, but don't you think if I'm getting hit and if I was going to put my gun, I would have
Need to store in a car. I want to see if she's got a valid CCW. Hey, Mike.
4,500.
I'm going to need a statement from this one holding a kid because she actually saw Pink pull out this gun.
Is there anybody else that saw them pull a gun? Because she doesn't want to cooperate with that.
She's claiming that Pink and White, her, walked up to the table and started a problem with them. So whoever was at her table should have seen that she pulled out.
Oh, I had enough of that. That was just depressing, man. I'm fucking depressed. I wasn't in a nice mood tonight, but that was fucking depressing.
Let's show all the black women that are in college and university in America.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Listen, you can play them, you know.
Let's play them.
I'm like, look, this is what. Unfortunately, Dollar Bill, you're never judged by the best in you. Always, when you're a minority group, you always
white people are not judged by their worst.
Because they're the majority. They're the ones in power. When you're freaking a boss on a job, right? Do you think anybody gives a damn if the boss double parks or there's a certain things? A power.
So that means that white people have immunity and get impunity.
Of course, because you live in their country. What am I telling you all the time? You live in their damn country. You know, it's always gonna be like that. That's why. That's why Donald Trump.
And most of our women are the most
hold up, Dollar Bill. That's why Donald Trump can friggin' kick people from the people from he could kick people of color out of the country, right, and bring fucking degenerate fucking white trash in from South Africa, and get away with it, It's a power
You're giving them
dynamic.
a pass.
What?
You're giving them a pass. We don't
I'm
have
not
to
giving
give
a
them
pass. I'm just telling you that's the way it is.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
That is the way it is. It's just obvious to me.
We're not white people. We don't have to give white. We don't have to give white. We don't have to put the fire to these sisters.
Can you agree? Can we agree that Haitians have a better asylum claim than the white Afrikaners?
Of course.
All right. Now, why are they being exported back to Haiti and they're bringing these white people here?
Because they're black. That's why.
All right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what it is.
Do we have to give them?
It's a power dynamic. Unless you basically get power, it's always going to be like that.
No, it's who you assign. It's who you give the power to.
It doesn't matter who we get the power to. We didn't elect Donald Trump. We don't have no power.
Well, I disagree.
Well, what power do we give anybody?
We have power to do for ourselves.
Power to do what? We can't help the Haitians.
We had the power to get 50,000 different patents in America.
Oh yeah, I know, but that was
and we didn't need white
politically.
people.
We can't do a damn thing in this country.
Well, you can't say one and not do the other.
Yeah, okay.
But
that's what I'm saying. Hold on, you know what I'm talking about. You cannot have fucking if you don't have any power, you don't have control
you
any
have
laws.
The power that you perceive.
Hold on. Okay, all right,
Bill. Yourself to be a powerless person.
Tomorrow, go help those Haitians. Go help those Haitians out and help them get to America.
I don't have to have the Haitians. What I'm saying to you is the power that you have is the power that you perceive that you have.
Man,
if you want to walk around,
basically, if somebody said it perceived that they have $1 million in the bank and they're really homeless, they could just say they can perceive.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It's not about having
you said they perceive you have power.
Yeah, because
perception is not always reality.
Well, it's your reality. Perception is your reality. If you
you can have perception.
Why get up in the morning?
If you don't have.
Why get up in the morning?
If your bills are due at the end of the month, you can perceive you got $1 million in the bank. If you don't really got money in the bank, you ain't got to do shit.
You know what? I should have just stayed in my crib, with the rats, and said, you know what? I can't do any better.
Well, you did what you had to do. No, I'm saying that's the power that you have over your life.
Yes,
your own sovereignty.
Over their own life.
Yeah, everybody has power over their own life. But you don't have power over someone else's life.
Exactly. But I don't need power over somebody.
White people have power over everybody's life because they the ones who control this country. They have power over us.
No, they have the power. They have power over us, but we have power over ourselves because we fought against people. If we took that same defeatist attitude, then we would have never rose up in this country.
I didn't say to be defeat.
It is.
We could be defiant. We could be
defiant. If you say we have no power,
that's not going to change anything.
You say we have no power.
That's not going to change.
White people had more power. They had the law on their side when they could put us in slavery. Where they could come to our house in the middle of the night and hang us. Do they got that kind of power now?
Well, I seen a guy the other day, man. The cop pulled him over, and basically almost put a bullet in his head for mistaken identity and got away with it.
But that's not the same as somebody deciding they're gonna come to your house in the middle of the night and kill you or pull you out of jail.
What happened to Fred Hampton, right? Didn't that happen to Fred Hampton?
Oh, come on, Collar, stop it.
Didn't that happen to Fred Hampton?
Stop it, Collar.
Didn't that happen to Fred Hampton? Seriously.
No, it's not the same. And so stop trying to put
Fred Hampton died.
It's not the same. Stop sitting saying that we don't have any power because we didn't elect Donald Trump.
So what happened with Fred Hampton? Did we ever get revenge?
Got the power to influence. They did. We have the power. You're on a platform right now.
That's what I'm saying.
And thousands of people will be listening to the words that come out of your mouth.
Right.
You're not a powerless person.
I'm not saying I'm powerless, right? I'm an influencer.
I'm not going to accept.
But I am not. I don't have power. I have influence.
White people control America. White people been controlling America for 400 years.
Yeah.
But the power dynamic was that our people, were race people and stood up against oppression. I'm not going to sit there and go, and blame the victim because white people are doing the same thing in these
Hey,
little towns
no one's
that you were raised in.
no
They're on
one's blame,
drugs,
no one's blaming the victim.
and they're white.
No one. So what makes you think people are victims?
Well, that's a victim mentality. When you say, "Oh, they're so powerful," we have no power.
No,
here
I'm
in
not saying they're
America.
so powerful. I'm just telling you the reality.
So why get
I
up?
say, look,
Why
black
get
people,
up in
hold
the
up,
morning?
black people are around talking about it's not fair that the white Afrikaners get together. That would really just a smack in the face, you know. He bringing white people who are privileged from
because white
South
people have been
Africa
doing that
on
for a
here
long
on
time.
your
White people have
tax
been
dollar
bringing.
and my
Man,
tax
look,
dollar.
That's
look,
the history of
Basically fund these
black
people and
people.
not a damn
white
thing we can
people
do
been
about it.
coming to this country. This
Dollar.
is the problem that immigrants say about us.
Hold on.
We don't want to talk about the white Irish, the white Italians that come here, the Czechoslovakians, all of these Slavic people that come here, get citizenship. Okay, this is not the first time it's being done. It's being done all the time.
No, well,
Right,
hold you. I
beach
think you're
is
missing.
full.
I think you're missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm telling you that these right now the power dynamic was we was told, right, and I began to believe, right, that we have all these immigrants, America's too full and whatnot. You know, these people are coming from shithole countries. They have nothing to contribute to America. There was people that they kicked out of the country that had really good jobs, paying for their everything, and these freaking Afrikaners that come over here are going to sit back for a whole year and get government money from America. And right, why? Because they're white, and that's real power right there.
Well, you know what it is? No, it's because you guys, Dynas and all these other dudes were fooled that they're thinking that
I was not fooling when I can kill it. I just did not want. I just don't want Kamala and all this other stuff.
Carla, you supported Trump. Don't backtrack.
I don't look. I'm like this. I said like this. I said like this. I was against the Democrats. I was not supporting Trump.
Let me make my
I said
statement.
that on record. I never supported this guy.
Trump
You know,
supporters, and you truly believe, you Dynas, Amir, Brandon, all of these guys truly believe that Donald Trump was going to do something for us over immigrants. Donald Trump is a white man.
Actually, to tell you the truth, right? Getting rid of immigrants was one thing, right? You know, okay, black people would gain for because if they know there's all this new business coming in, black people will definitely benefit, right? But here's the thing, though, right? We were made to believe that
I didn't believe it.
Hold on. We were made to believe that immigrants was such an imminent threat to America, right? I mean, some of the gangs are and whatnot, but I've seen people who were then when I turned when I see a guy that was working a job, right? He made the wrong turn at a friggin' a traffic stop. ICE pulls him over, and next thing you know, the way they was talking to him, right? This was a guy, okay, he was here illegally, but they friggin' hauled this guy off, detained him right now, and gonna ship him back after he'd been working. There's one guy, I think he was black, right? But he looked Hispanic. He was here in America for 30 years, even ran for office, right? Upstanding citizen, had a business, everything like that, right? Because he came to this country as a friggin' child with his parents and whatnot, he was never legal. You know something? They're shipping his ass back. I'm saying that's really fucked up, right? At the same time, right? And I said to myself, okay, the law, I still believe this. The law is the law, right? And also they start talking about asylum, right? And I say, yeah, no, asylum's friggin' abuse, right? Because I seen this gay African guy one time said that he took asylum because he said they told him, say you're gay, you'll get asylum. That was under the Biden administration. They said, I'm being persecuted because I'm gay, so he got asylum. So asylum was really abused for a lot of people, right? But at the same time, right, look at Haiti, look at the Congo, and what was another place? South Sudan, right? These are three places that are war-torn and people are dying, right? Those Congolese were here for a few years trying to seek asylum, right? And they were approved under the Biden administration. Now they're basically like, oh, the conditions are right for your country to go back. Even friggin' Afghans, right? They're not ready to go back to Afghanistan. Some of the people that they're going to send back are people who fought against the Taliban. They're going to be put in harm's way. And I'm saying, are you kidding me? You can't send these people back. So I basically said, no, that's wrong, because we didn't talk about asylum and all that when the campaign was going, even neither side. But had I known this was going to happen with the asylum people, I would have, my opinion would have been totally different, right?
You guys believe that Donald Trump?
I did not believe it. Don't say me. I did not believe that. I believe that the whole idea of immigrants, because I still believe you cannot have people just flooding across the border and stuff like that. And that's everybody could agree on that, right?
Yeah,
but I did not, hold up.
it's okay to flood the
I did not know
border
it was
if
going to
you're
basically do that to
But
asylum.
it's okay to flood it if you're white. See, you guys don't understand something simple. White people, this is a white settler colony.
No kidding.
It started out that way, and this is what white people are going to go for white people first. And so the problem that we have been having is that people like to set us against each other to cause a lot of xenophobia and problems. There's no
But hold up. But the whole time, Dollar Bill.
immigrants.
But the whole
There's
time, Dollar Bill, there was a lot of immigrants. There was a lot of
There's no black
immigrants.
immigrants that are causing you.
I'm not talking about black immigrants. Most black people, when they talk about immigrants, don't really Tariq Nasheed. That's not even a picture. They were talking about Hispanic immigrants. You know, a lot of them were racist. Saying things like it was not even black immigrants that black people were opposed to. It was a freaking Hispanic immigrant and Asian immigrants and all these other people that black people had a thing for. You know, against. You know.
And what were they? The thing is, when I come up here, right, and I start talking about black people, stop with this just black American, that we see ourselves just like the Hispanics, okay, form Latinos, and see themselves, as one people. I get all kind of drama. Oh, we don't want to do no Ubuntu. What
you gotta do is bring your Ubuntu message to.
There's no power in that.
You gotta bring your Ubuntu message to, let's say, Dynasty Show. After you get enough of them,
man, I'm not gonna deal with them crazy Negroes. I
said, but that's what you gotta do. Because me, I'm like this. I don't care who black. You're black.
It's not
cool
just.
I don't care about where. I don't care where you're from. Me.
It's the fact that we have to see ourselves. And I heard listening earlier, we're not a tribe. That's not true. We are a tribe. And so we have to see ourselves as an African people and deal with other African people.
All you have to do is just look in the mirror. You know,
we can do it here in America. Latinos.
All you do is look in the mirror and whatnot.
Puerto Ricans.
If you see your lips, your nappy head and whatnot, that'll tell the whole story right there.
That's not enough.
I know it may be hard. But can one of y'all talk at a time? Tyler, let the man talk.
It's not enough for us just to do the black American thing, the black American. You know, the Puerto Ricans for years in New York City couldn't get themselves together because they didn't have the numbers. We don't have the numbers. I know we want to tell us about our city. We don't have enough. So when we get together with other African people from the diaspora, then we can work together as a block.
Work together for what?
Work together to do what?
Do what?
To
give me an example.
To get some power.
Maybe what does power look like?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Maybe we can move, like that brother said, to various states in the United States where we can control the local politics. Look at Georgia.
Okay, black people control Gary, Indiana, Detroit.
Yeah, that's
Memphis,
right. African Americans.
Which we call black people control.
You said it right.
Hold on. You got Houston, Texas, that is black and Nigerian.
You're not getting it, Kala. You're not getting it. When people just consider themselves to be black Americans, they're not African Americans. They just think that they are response to what white people say. We're not getting together as a group. We don't control those areas because we were left when those areas were already declining. All of the economic policies, okay, were already destroying it. So when the white people left, they wanted it to be destroyed so they can come back and not and create new municipalities. See, you can go in a ghetto, right? And you can put up a brand new housing facility. It could be the state of the art. But if you have not revolutionized the people in their thinking process, it's going to be a ghetto.
Wouldn't having good jobs, families, and all that stuff like that count too?
All of that is part of recognizing yourself as a people. All of that is a part of selecting a mate. How can you get a family if you don't have a woman? If you don't have a woman, how you going to make a family? How you going if you don't have families, how you going to get a community?
Yeah, that's why what you got to do is you got to take your message to the top. You got to start with somebody like Umar Johnson and say, Umar,
no, man,
my name is Dollar Bill, man. I think you should get a wife because people listen to you,
nah,
and
nobody has to
we
do it.
want to spread
We
this
just gotta everything
family
people.
And you can't be around here talking about man, King Kong conscious. We're gonna make all these black babies and whatnot. He can't be that. You gotta have a leader.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying. No, you don't have to have a leader. We have to be our own leaders, because you can get a leader, you can easily
black
corrupt
people
them.
like a messiah, Dollar Bill.
I know, well, that's stupid.
Black people like a messiah.
See,
You gotta have a messiah.
exactly.
Man. You're gonna be the
Black
messiah.
people. We're not an African people. Let's think of ourselves as our own tribe and stop just black people. Because
I'm saying, hold on. I know
is
African. Let's say African people. Every African people right now are rallying behind Chihori because he's now the Messiah.
No.
He's not a Messiah.
African people are coming to America and they're outdoing us, a lot of them, not all of them, simply for the fact that they got families. They're coming here and they have families. They have a family structure. They'll come in New York to the worst neighborhood and their kid will be scoring the top percentage in the school to get the scholarship. You know why? Because there's a mom, there's a dad in the house. Maybe the mother's not even working and she might have 3 or 4 kids, but there's a family structure. See, we going by this white man's rugged individualism.
Where I live at, we have plenty of black families with family structure. Where I live at, so.
But you don't. Your where you live is not the only place in America.
Right. So it's not every place.
Where you live is not the only place in America. It can't just be where you live.
The oldest settlement of black people in North America, right here in Virginia.
Well, that's not enough.
They have generations of black families. Many generations passed down, but now they can tell you great.
But we don't have enough
families like this.
We don't have enough African American families. We don't have.
I
come in here, right, and I hear people like Dinah Samir and Brandon, and sometimes you laugh and joke about Hebrew Israelites, but they got families. Hebrew Israelites got families.
Those guys. The only people that got families I remember was the 5%ers.
Well, that's not all you know. I'm telling you, they have families.
The guys that's sitting on the corner cursing black women out.
No, that's not. I didn't come from those guys. I was a Hebrew Israelite, and I surely, and I was not. No, those are the minority.
All the women are freaking B and ho. And
come on, man, Carla, you just can't take sensationalism and try to make it into something.
No, but they didn't want to put the video up. I didn't put it up.
So so therefore, people put a video up of you. That's all who you are.
And they look like the Power Rangers and whatnot. I mean, they look.
All right, man. I tried.
They look like the Power Rangers.
Dollar Bill, you tried. But Carla, I do question something. You look at a lot of bullshit.
Who?
You look at a lot of bullshit that you see online.
What are you talking about?
Do you search for it?
What are you talking about? Give me an example.
The ratchet video you just played. What's in your search history?
I said somebody said something about. I said my point I was trying to make was, I said, look, we basically settled for a Juneteenth holiday, right? And Elvis was trying to tell me when he was on the show that, oh man, Carla, man, this. I said, look, I go to Liberia, right, and don't see all the sides. I'd never seen a fight in Liberia, right? Well, blah blah blah. So I said, okay, that's just one video. I'm not gonna play anything else, right? There was basically, let's say, like dozens of these videos of black families. I said, why in a place that's supposed to be about a thing like this? So it was a Six Flags. I didn't even know Prince George's County had a Six Flag. I did not know that. I said somebody built a Six Flag in a majority black county. That's amazing. That's remarkable. But I think that's the one they're shutting down. They're shutting that down because of the violence and everything like that. Or I think it lost money, so they're shutting that down. I said a Six Flag came to. I think there's one in Atlanta too. That's still like that. But the bottom line is this: And I said to myself like this: I want to be able to see my people. Like when I was a kid, we was around. I spent 90% of my time around black people. Right, the safest I ever been, the most love I ever been were on my own people. Right, and so I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at it now. Why is it that when I'm watching a Juneteenth thing, I'm seeing elderly people friggin' running for their life because of gunshots? Why is that? You know? And so therefore I was just basically saying in this Chuck E. Cheese video, a girl had a gun. What the hell are you bringing a gun for when there's children, babies around? I mean, if you guys don't think this is serious, man, I don't know what to tell you. You know, it just
Well,
bothers
let me just say this: Liberia experiences a variety of criminal activity,
like
including
what?
petty theft, violent crimes, organized gang activities. While petty
Funny, I never seen that.
well, you're a visitor.
Yeah, I
But
mean, yeah, all the time, man. My
you
my
know,
wife's in the neighborhood right now. She's
2
safe.
or
I
3
call her
times
right
a
now.
year is not living
Honey,
there.
do you like honey, are you all right? Yeah, call
I,
every
I,
day.
I,
Once dollar bill, once.
Okay. Purse snatching is common in crowded areas, and more serious crimes like armed assault. Okay, you just showed us the video of the people trying to burn down the damn government place.
That
I
was
don't
a
seem to be
politician.
friendly.
Liberia has a lot of political violence.
Even murder
It
has
has
been
it has
reported.
political violence. I hear you look. I have never seen a fist fight in Liberia.
Foreigners
Never
have
seen a fist
also
fight.
been targeted, particularly for violent crimes like sexual assault and aggravated.
Well, let me ask you a
sexual
question.
assault.
All right, now what you're going to do is this: explain who wrote that.
What do you mean? I just looked it up.
Okay, you looked it up from where? Who wrote it?
I just looked it up. I chat GPT.
Okay, see, people who put out stuff like that a lot of times are Nigerians and other.
Do you want me to go to the travel advisory?
Yeah. Look at travel advisors. Liberia's listed. Hold on. Liberia's listed the top stable countries, 5 stable countries in Africa.
Yeah, that's for Africa. It says it's a yellow, a high degree of caution. May 12th, 2025.
You know why it's yellow? You know why it's yellow? The previous administration of George Weah was basically selling friggin' passports to anybody. There was a German guy who had a Liberian.
It's not yellow for that. It's yellow for petty crimes. It's
I know. Hold on. And also, hold up. Okay, now let me ask you a question. What country you think is more violent, Liberia or South Africa?
No, but I don't want to go there because what you're doing is you're not you came here and you talked about Chuck E. Cheese and you tried to indict Black America, according to you, on what happened.
Yeah, but Black America is where I live, man.
But then
I want
you
to see
said
Black
to me,
America. It frustrates me.
But then
am I not supposed to be upset?
Yeah, but you're not supposed to paint the picture how nice it is in
but hold up. The other day, Dollar Bill, I basically showed the raw truth. Like African guys came at me last night, right? I showed the raw truth about Nigeria, right? I showed Makoko Village and
yeah, you've done that before.
Yeah, I know, but I said like this. So I'm equal opportunity.
Yeah,
always tell me why is it that people always talk about why is it you quick to show the bad parts of Africa?
Show the bad parts of Liberia. Criminals are often armed.
There is none.
There is plenty. That's why it's on the travel advisory.
There's none.
Okay, yes, it is. First, you try to discredit what I said by where I got it from.
All right, that's what I'm saying, man. There is none.
Then all
right, Dollar Bill, send me that article. Send me that article, bro. Send me that article.
Hey, this one is not even by America. It's by the government of Canada.
Oh,
it's
Canada. Okay.
See, the thing is, Collar, you can't have it both ways. You can't go in here and show me an isolated incident at Chuck E. Cheese where there's thousands of Chuck E. Cheese.
You want to see some more videos of Chuck E. Cheese?
I'm just telling you.
It was like 30 of them, bro.
There's thousands. Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is there's things going on in Africa, specifically in Liberia, with armed gangs and people.
Liberia. Everybody knows Liberia. Well, nobody has guns. That's the one thing, you know.
It's a travel.
If you go up to the
travel
country,
advisory, I didn't
hold on. You go up. If you go up to the country, right, and you get in some land deal with somebody, whatever like that, shit can happen.
Armed home break-ins are also common.
Yeah, but not in the city, man. That's like in rural areas, you know,
and the surrounding areas. exercise increased caution throughout Monrovia. I didn't make this up. This is what
I don't know who wrote that. When
the
obviously
travel
somebody's never
advisory.
been to Liberia.
You want me to share
Okay,
my screen?
hold on. That same Canadian thing. I guarantee you, dog, I'll put money on it. You go to any African country, they're gonna say the exact same thing.
It says that it's an exercise a high degree.
Okay, now hold up.
Caution.
That same thing. Sierra Leone. See what they say.
But that's not the issue. The issue is not
all these things, like Frenchie said. A lot of it is anti-African propaganda. They put out propaganda.
It's not propaganda. Come on, man. Stop that, man. It's reality.
Shout out to Cameron. So the bottom, you can't really look at seriously, brother.
Yeah,
you can't really look at all this stuff like that, like it's the gospel truth, man. Because like I said,
I know, but we can look at
I believe that.
And see,
Bill, when I first went to Liberia, I was literally. I read those same advisors. I was petrified, terrified. I said, "Oh man, I'm gonna die," like that. And I felt after like 1 week, I said, "My God."
What about those people that you said that had the machetes that cut you off the road?
That was up in Cape now, and that was an incident that happened that time. There was basically it was coming from that gold mine that it was under dispute.
Making excuses. You don't make excuse for African Americans.
No, I'm gonna say no. I'm saying like this, and I said like this.
Africa.
Basically, they basically set up a makeshift roadblock. Whatnot. My driver knew the guys, right, and said, "Yo, look, man, I got." And they basically backed off, whatever, like that. They had what they call cutlasses and whatnot. But yeah, that gave me a little eerie feeling. When that gave me a little scared. I'll be honest with you, that gave me a little scared because these guys had real fucking blades out there. They could have did some damage if they wanted to, right? But that was the only incident I ever had when I was in Liberia. That was 2 years ago.
And you were visiting, and you almost got cut up.
No, I didn't almost get. They stopped me. They wasn't gonna cut me up. They would stop me and say, "Who were we?" You know.
Yeah.
Well, I got a question.
Like this, you know, we said, "Hey, look," and also, even if they were gonna do something, man, ain't nothing like $5 would have fucking saved the day. It's like, hey, man, here's $5, get out of my way, you know. But they do something. This stuff like that was in a rural area. That's up in Robertsport, right? And Robertsport doesn't have a gas station. You know that they don't have a gas station up there, nothing like that. It's really, really, it's a real nice place. Me and Bamani was partying up there, you know. And
Liberia, according to the American Consulate, is also yellow. Exercise with alert.
That's every place. Well, let me ask you a question, Dalbell. How many countries are yellow? Almost all third world developing countries are yellow.
So I'm just saying to you, they have just because show me that should not be an indictment of all African Americans. And so when people see this, they go, man, look at those, because most people get their news from YouTube and movies and stuff. So when they hear you as a leader saying all your just deflammatory things about your own people, they're gonna say, yeah, we gotta keep them Negroes. We gotta keep them Negroes out.
Certain parts of our community need to be be talked about.
There's certain parts of everyone's community. America itself.
In Detroit. Let's say Detroit. Let me put this in.
But I find it. Hold on, Dollar Bill. If you don't mind, I find it interesting that when you brought up your facts, Kala tried to discredit it because of the sources, right? But he gets his sources from the same people.
No, I don't.
Then what facts do you have that Liberians that safe?
I didn't even quote you any sources. What are you talking about?
I got
then what facts do you have that Liberians that safe?
Because I friggin' went there. That's why.
That you didn't go through all Liberia.
Look, I went there. You
were visiting.
I went to Jamaica. I didn't see no shooting, no killing, nothing. What that mean?
Everybody knows there's nobody has guns in Liberia. Not even the police.
That's not true.
That ain't true.
You will not find no guns in Liberia.
That's not true.
Yo, you get caught with a gun in Liberia, see what happens to you.
That's your opinion. The travel advisory is not going to say it unless there were incidents of and guns. Guns in the Gambia.
In general, Detroit should advise caution due to crime, potential demonstrations, fraud.
We do not own Detroit. And we're not the only people in
petty
Detroit.
crime like pickpocketing and comment. They say this about every place where there's black people. You know, so we just pick a black area, they're gonna say the same thing.
Stop just focusing on us.
Demonstrations,
Try to use the lowest common denominator,
including credit card, ATM fraud is concerned. The Detroit metro area is implementing safety measures. Crime. Detroit, like many cities, have faced challenges with crime. While there's areas
we can
where
put up
crime
Virginia too. Every place in Virginia is not doing also.
Yeah, Liberia has a lot of neighborhood watches, community initiatives, same thing, you know.
Oh, come on.
Which we call violent crime.
Liberia has a lot of shootings just because people aren't being killed.
That's a fucking lie.
The travel advisory.
That's a fucking lie. I'm not gonna let you get up there and say Liberia does not. Liberia does not have no damn shootings.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
according to what I'm saying, you know, by research it does.
White supremacist state. There's no damn shootings in Liberia. You know.
One from the United States, right? Where we respect everything else.
Look, there's crime everywhere. There's poverty, you know. But there was no damn shootings
why are you
in Liberia.
doing a whole show on talking about how we're such a degenerate people, and the place that you want to is just as degenerate?
Hold up. Did you take it out? I was talking about you personally.
No, we're talking about my people.
Okay, hold up. First of all, this is what I do, right? When someone says something like that, right? First thing I say is, yeah, I know they're not talking about me, and they're not talking about anybody I know. That's
no, it's not about personally who I know.
You know, and I know. Yeah. So the bottom line is the bottom line is this. We basically are in a community that friggin' that's dysfunctional. Can we agree on that?
No.
Yeah, we are dysfunctional. You tell me why. Tell me why is it that you can't even have
United States
without somebody shooting?
We have a dysfunctional president.
Oh, so what? Oh, look! I don't care. I don't care about fucking white people. You know, I'm caring about.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Was I low or something for a while?
I couldn't hear you.
Were you talking?
Oh man, that's crazy. Because I was like, man, when you guys get a minute, I want to say something, but like, okay. Anyway,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Man, I tell you, bro. Like the thing is, man, I agree with a lot of what one of the brothers was saying, man. Like, what I'm trying to get at, right, is we can't like generalize on any side. You can't generalize African Americans. You can't generalize Africans. You can't generalize white people. You see what I'm saying? Because if you do that, you're automatically going to be wrong. Because even if you look at the election of Trump, right, a lot of white people voted against him too. You see what I'm saying? Now, when you're picking a president, you're picking human beings, right? So they're going to be imperfect. Every human being is imperfect. And thus we build imperfect systems. That's why checks and balances are so important. The bottom line is, if it was Kamala Harris, odds are the Haitians and all that wouldn't have been deported right now. They would have had a process that they're going through the courts. And if they have a correct asylum claim, then they would have been sent back.
What is your name, brother?
We were worried about immigrants, right?
Exactly.
At the time when America had millions of open jobs, black unemployment was at record lows. When I was in the early 2000s stuff, during Bush and stuff, black unemployment used to be 12%. It's always double white people, essentially.
What is your name, brother? What is your name? I don't want to just, could you tell us?
J.A.
You know, J.A., you're absolutely correct. See, the problem is that people were so concerned and upset that there were certain things in our communities that we were not taking advantage of, right? But we have no issue and no problem with white people, okay, taking advantage of opportunities. You have people in the Caribbean and people who come from Africa who go to the army and fight. Okay, they work in the city. Okay, they pay taxes. Who are these white folks from across the world? Okay, who've never done anything other than being white or deserving. But you see, now we have an issue with this. But this is something that's been going on in America for a long time. We never had a problem or issue with immigration when the people didn't look like us. It's the same issue we have when we're in Africa. They don't have a problem.
I would say
with
like
other people who
the
look like
only
them,
thing I would
who
disagree
don't
is
look like them.
I don't think. Hold on,
Okay.
I don't think this was an immigrant issue because we could all.
It was.
Nobody's saying that because it's absolutely wrong.
Let's
But
not
this
tell-
was
let's-
this was
hold on
let's
one
tell the
second. Let me
truth.
say. Let me finish what I was saying.
this was about the asylum statutes. You know,
Let me finish
That's
what I'm
makes this
saying
more
here real
devious,
quick.
right? How is it that one person's life is more valuable, than another person? Like Haitians are in imminent danger.
Let me tie it together here, right? Real quick, man. The thing we're missing, the overarching thing, it's demonization.
Hold on, yeah, there was a shooting in Oakland. Jonathan got an answer for that. There was a killing in Oakland.
It's a demonization of a group, right? And because you are not in that group, you feel like you're protected. So if you are African, for instance, and African Americans are being demonized, sometimes you're less likely to stand up for them, and vice versa. If you're African American, sometimes Africans are being demonized. And the other thing we don't realize a lot of times is that human beings, we kind of join. We're like bandwagon. We join the bandwagon.
Say,
Because, for
Jay,
instance,
don't
let me give you an
sugarcoat it.
example. Let me give you an
It's
example.
self-hatred.
Let me give
Say
you an
it for what
example.
it truly is.
Let me give you an example,
We
brother.
hate each other, and
Let me
that's
give you an
why
example.
we do what we do to each other.
Let me
That's
give you an
why we don't
example.
have no opinion that's good about ourselves. That's why you want to make something change. We got to stop getting on platforms and talking bad about our black women, okay? Because it takes women and men to form a family.
All that's a factor. Let me give you an example.
Communities.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Tariq Nasheed, prior to Donald Trump, right, was essentially like a Pan-Africanist in his speech.
He's a
Africans
grifter,
would
man.
come
He's
up
a
on his
shit.
panels, Caribbeans, African Americans, there was no beef. Donald Trump, that's the thing. We don't realize how we're influenced by other people. The launching of Donald Trump led to this whole thing, this whole FBA thing. That's what kind of launched it, because he made it cool to go at immigrants.
No, that's not what happened.
He
No,
was
listen, Jay,
I'm thinking
Jay,
he
hold
was
on
a
1
big
second.
part of it.
That's not what happened. What happened is that a lot of people who've been coming from other countries, okay, have used their mouths to violate and talk bad about a place, okay, that they didn't work to get better. And we don't want, and anybody who's been here for a long time and has dealt with immigrant communities knows that's the truth. So there was an underlying animosity that existed in our communities. And how did I know about it? Is because I'm 60 years old. The people who told me about it were about their grandparents who had these ideas about African Americans that they passed down to their children. It was some Nigerians who came here in the 80s and the 90s, okay, who didn't experience those issues with partying, doing all of this stuff, but they still had animosity towards African Americans. And it's basically because the stuff that was being exported to their country, okay, the ebony magazines and all of this stuff. So when they let me land, and I'll tell you what you can reply, because I happen to know what it is. It told me what it is. When they were in their countries and we were exporting all of this stuff, the blue and the white and the light-skinned women, and all of the things that we were showing in our excellence, when they came to America, okay, after the crap epidemic hit, and they saw all of the disparaging things that had crushed African America, then they began to start running their mouths and taking white people talking points. And so it built up an animosity that allows people like a Tariq Nasheed and these other people to cause division amongst one another.
Brother, here's what I'm saying. And I don't want to argue it, because, and the reason I don't want to argue it is because you have your position, your ideas, right?
Sure.
I'm sharing an idea with you as to what I think it is, right?
Right.
I'm giving you an example, right? Now, I still have to work through my idea to see if it holds up. To me, it holds up currently, right? And I'm not even going back to the 80s and 90s and all that. I'm not going back to the early 2000s. I used to listen to Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed brought out a video prior to this whole FBA thing, bigging up Haiti, went to Haiti, said he was doing stuff in Haiti. He went to Africa, said he was doing things in Africa. Then you have Yvette Carnell pops up with her foundational, no, she wasn't FBA, she was Descendants of African American, Defenders of Slaves or whatever. ADOS, right? She pops up with that movement. After Trump, I think she comes out after Trump. After Trump gets elected, she comes out. Then Tariq Nasheed launches FBA, and he goes hard at Africans. Till now, his thumbnails are all African in some derogatory art form and making a mockery of them. Now, I'm not saying that these animosities never always existed, but I've seen it in America where you'd go to a black church in America, and it was Africans in there, it was Caribbeans in there, and it was Black American church. And that's the church they go to when they come
I remember
here.
that.
You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you is we don't realize how we are influenced by events that happen outside of our community and within our community, and how white people are even influenced by African American communities and Caribbean communities, all that.
I'm
You
telling
think you're
you,
going to escape by deriding another group? You're going to get caught in the trap eventually too.
I'm
Just
trying to
like
explain to you that I'm not saying that anything that you're saying is not correct. And I don't agree with you when you say Africans in black churches.
Bro, I've
we had
I've
Ghanaians.
seen it. I've been to these
in our black church when we had Caribbeans.
No, I don't agree with that.
Well, I had
do you go to church?
I went to. We had Africans.
I'm telling you.
First of all, let me tell you something, man. There weren't a lot of Africans in African American churches. That's not true. You had
when they did do it, there were Bible study. A lot of them come. Remember something? A lot of Africans came here on the dollar of Christian missionaries, and so they found refuge in black churches because
no,
that's not true. The church I was belonged to when I had missionaries,
they went to
Ghana, you know.
They have some
also Reverend Bishop Bonner. You ever heard of him out of Harlem, right? He was basically connected to Liberia. You know, Bishop Bonner of Harlem, right?
How big is that church?
What?
How big is that church?
Bishop Barnes, a big church, Refuge Temple. You never heard that?
Yeah, it's not big as Ephesus.
No, Refuge Church is the biggest church, black church in Harlem.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
bro, you live in New York? You live in New York?
I do. The Abyssinian Baptist Church.
Check this out, brother. Check this out, brother.
The Abyssinian Baptist Church is bigger.
Check this out, brother.
Church in Harlem.
Check this out, brother.
I just want to say Bishop Bonner was a great bishop. God bless his heart.
Brother.
Yes.
On Sunday, right?
William Bonner, great
on
bishop.
Sunday,
Yeah,
right?
Bishop
If
Bonner.
you have time, right? You go down to that Abyssinian church that you're talking about, right?
That's right.
And you talk to the people at that church and see if it's not a mixed group of people coming from Africa, Caribbean, black people from all over the place. You go down there, check it out.
Not quite.
I would bet.
Not quite. Let me just say this. You gotta have a lot of
money. You're gonna find it.
Brother, I was born in Harlem.
I'm telling you. I'm
telling you. I was born in Harlem. I was born in the old Harlem Hospital. I know Harlem better than anybody.
When's the last time you been to church, bro?
I don't go to church.
Exactly.
But I knew.
Let me tell you something. By the way,
I know.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one other thing.
Hold on one
second.
second.
By the way,
one other thing. By the way, that the Abyssinian Church is one of the biggest and oldest church. It's the church, okay, that Adam Clayton Powell's grandfather, okay, was the minister in. All right. And so I'm saying to you, you do have people who are from the Caribbean who have been there for generations, but you have maybe a few because we do have people who go out and do fellowship in different parts, but the most of the people are African American and Caribbean people.
So, brother,
That's
my
the fact.
argument
And let
was
me
not
just
that
say
they're
this.
not
And let me just
majority
say this.
African American. That's not
And
my argument.
And let me just say this. Do you see? And this is one of the issues, right? That people want to keep glossing over. Africans, and I don't have no problem with it, for the most part, go to their own churches. In New York City, they have their own churches, and that's one of the issues where African Americans say, well, they don't F with us, right? Because you have Caribbeans who've been going for 50, 60 years in the church, okay, in Harlem, okay, in Abyssinian, also in Ephesus, and different places that actually come from. And so you will every now and then have a trickle of some African people from the continent. But for the most part, African people from the continent in New York have their own churches that they go to.
Brother, what I'm saying is, right, and I don't want to get into, I don't
live in
have
New York.
Here's
live in
what I'm
New
saying.
York.
Here's what I'm saying, brother. I was
I've
in New
been
York
here
just last year, man.
64.
Here's what I'm saying, brother. Here's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem really with them going to their own churches. And
I don't have a
fuck
problem
that.
either. I'm just telling you.
And here's
it
the
is
other
what
thing.
it
Here's
is.
the other thing I'm saying. Here's the other thing I'm saying is that I don't really have a problem with them going to their own churches. That's normal. I'm just saying that the discussions we're having here online, most of these people that go to churches, though, if you ask them who Tariq Nasheed is, they don't know.
No, they
a
sure
lot
don't.
of these people they're not involved in this whole FBA, none of this stuff. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
This is our own little thing we have over
But
here
it
going.
is, but I'm going to say this, and we don't have to acknowledge it. It is growing. These people who identify themselves as ADOS and FBA are they're getting larger than what we think they are. It's not just the online thing anymore.
And
Would
by
you
the
agree?
way, the Abyssinian too, if you look at even that name, that's an Africa, that's coming out of Ethiopia somewhere, right?
Yeah, but people who come here see this is the great divide, right? And we can blame ourselves or we can blame other people, whatever the case may be, right? The great difference between what happens with the continental Africans in this country and how they deal with African Americans, okay, is what causes a lot of the divide, okay, of how we see each other and how how we see each other, how we socialize, and so on and so forth. As I stated before, people have been in the Caribbean, have been coming to America and going to African American churches. That's Haitians, that's Jamaicans, that's Bohemians. All of these people have firmly entrenched in the African American culture. They are. And we can look at it and say that they're not. I don't know what happens when people go to North Carolina and different parts. And I'm talking about here in New York. People have been in these churches for many years. Do they have places where they go and do little things in Ghana and so forth? Yeah, they do. But when the people come here, they go in their own churches. And so when we have we have very little access to one another, that creates animosity. And then when you have people who exacerbate, okay, the animosity and live off the divisions that we have amongst one another, okay, causing them to have these type of problems and skirmishes online. That's what's happening. And so a lot of people, okay, were so concerned about immigration because they saw the immigrant, the black immigrant, not even the Mexican immigrant, not even the Latino immigrant. They saw the black immigrant as a problem. Well, why do I say that? They talked about reparations. We don't want to have reparations. We don't want them involved, but some of them have been here for generation after generation after generation. We don't want them to be involved in reparations. They weren't here in 1860 so-and-so.
The reparations was a straw man tactic, that was basically something.
But I'm telling you, this is what brought up animosity between people. This is how the movement began.
But this is what I'm telling
and
you.
so the thing is, and this is what I'm going to say, and I'm going to land. The problem is if you saying that a Jamaican or Haitian or so on and so forth gets a scholarship that you feel that you deserve, that all you had to do the test, do your best. There's a self-hatred component that we have between one another that people
Yeah, but
can
hold
pit
up.
us
Here's where you're wrong. Yeah, there's a
How am
thing
I
right
wrong?
that go because it's like this. Now, you and I, when we see this right now, we say we don't like this, right? But it does bother, strikes people like when you hear stuff like, you know, something, the black community is falling apart and everything like that. But you know something, black women are most educated. And you're like, well, wait a minute here. And then this fact that 2.5 million black men in the upper class is completely ignored, right? 65% of black men, the good part of black men are not talked about. The black male unemployment rate is low. Black men are succeeding. Record numbers are going to college and getting.
Where am I wrong, Carla? What did I say wrong?
Oh, what I'm saying is this. So you put the onus on what cause division, right? Then let me get this. This part of listen to this, Bill.
I want to hear it.
Immigrants are coming here doing stuff and getting education. Black Americans don't like it. We're like, wait a minute here, you know. We as black men understand that the best chance we have is become a truck driver, skilled labor and stuff like that. So we don't pursue college like everybody else because the skilled trades and what that allows us to live the type of life we want to live outside of being around a lot of white people in corporate America, right? And also black immigrants, when they come here, black men have to hold down majority black communities. See, all those communities, like I say, you want me to judge black America. I think you got me wrong, brother. You know, really, right?
Where was I wrong?
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I understand black men, males, got to hold down places like Pittsburgh. Like we can't just up and move, you know? All these areas right there that are depressed, that divested from and everything like that, red line, everything like that. That's where we live mostly, you know? Black immigrants come over here, right? They move right to the white area in the proximity of white people and gain. They don't have a area that they got to try to develop and build, right?
I don't agree with that.
So when people come, it's the truth though. Most immigrants come here and they avoid areas where there's large numbers.
Not true, Colin.
It's the truth though. I'm telling you.
True.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
It's not true.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me tell you. So in other words, basically, in areas where black people live, majority of black people live, there are no jobs and whatnot. How are the immigrants getting jobs? Why the immigrants got so many good jobs?
They work outside.
No, because they live in who's hiring them?
They work outside. See, you know you're wrong.
Remember, most of the black Americans in these areas
not
have
about you
jobs.
being right and me being wrong.
This is what I'm talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about, right?
You're wrong.
Hold on, yo, dollar bill. They create this myth that I understand immigrants come over here struggling, right? But they create this myth, like by people like Candace Owens, that Nigerians are coming over here making so much more money than black Americans with that. And so black Americans feel a certain type of way. Like, who the hell are you trying to compare us? We know we got to struggle here and whatnot. You know, so why are these people being compared to us and whatnot? Why are we being put down? Why are they using black women to put us down? So yeah, we're going to be divided. If you keep poking the bear and saying stuff like that, yeah, people are going to feel a certain way.
So is that something different than what I said, Colin?
No, what you were trying to make it seem like, oh, we all united, but the bottom line is we just got if African immigrants let it be known, right? The first thing they'll tell you, go on TikTok and like that. I was told to stay away from black Americans. And black Americans like, what's wrong with me? You know, what's wrong with me? So therefore, yes, that is a legitimate reason why people are divided. Yeah, that is a legitimate reason.
Colin, you can't have it both ways. You can't get on the airwaves,
right?
And pump and promote. Few African American women fighting and trying to hurt each other and a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, that was them. That was that situation.
Let me land. And then at the same time, I'll get angry if immigrants don't want to be with you.
Okay, hold on. Look, I'm saying like this. Look, I'll say this is what I'll say to that. That's a good point, but this is what I'll say to this, right? when I do a show, right, and most immigrants will tell me whatnot, they're not stupid. They know and whatnot that that's not Black America. It's a certain segment of Black America, you know.
But you're not choosing to pump and to promote.
Oh yeah. Look.
That's not true, Kyla.
Denominator.
Now, look, that's a certain segment of Black America, and that's doing that.
Yeah, that's true, but that what you're saying is not true.
What?
It took me a long time to get out of my mind. All Nigerians aren't scammers.
Well, what I'm saying, hold up. My point I'm trying to make is this.
But you're reinforcing negative behavior.
I'm gonna keep talking about it. I don't care. I mean, it's not meant for them, you know.
And that's
hold on. My platform that I do this is meant for Black America. Us to self-examine ourselves. I really don't reach out to other people. They come here. I welcome here because they're Black. You know, I always welcome people here, whoever here. But I make it clear. My content is for Black, particularly Black men, African American men, that we can have these conversations and talk about ourselves and be honest with ourselves. If there's something wrong with me, if you feel there's something wrong with me, you be honest with me and say,
I'm being honest with you. I'm telling you.
So the bottom line, and also, if I'm talking about something, pathology in our community and whatnot, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to make our community look bad or whatnot, because I don't tell people, I don't tell people to listen to my show. I don't tell them to listen to my show.
Yeah, but people do listen to your show. And
yeah,
so
well,
you
I
have a
can't help that.
responsibility.
I'll put a disclaimer.
Tyler, you make your videos and you have this live with the expectation that people are going to watch. You make the show for people to watch, Tyler.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. But I'm like this. Most of the people I'm trying to reach are who?
Yeah, but what are your demographics?
Hold on. My demographic is mostly Black American, you know? And Black American men.
I don't know about that.
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
Yes, it is.
Well,
I know about listeners. I know who's listening to me. And you can you can go on my comment section. Who's commenting on my videos and whatnot is mostly African American men.
No, I see Principe. I see
except for Principe. And whatnot, for the most part, it's African American men.
African goddess.
Also, just a couple of regulars. But for the most part, the viewership right there is here in the United States. You know, I look at my demographic.
I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying to you is I believe that people also, are looking other places. And see, that this is the thing.
Also, Dollar Bill, hold up. Just all the time, Africans are always telling me, like, you're going to tell me Ola and Michael Awale and all these people are sitting back saying, Kyle's doing our bidding for us, man. He's talking about, no. I talk about them too. I say, look, y'all got problems. Everybody in the Black world got problems, and I'm the culture critic. That's what That's what I do.
It's not
I'm a culture critic. Look, I'm a culture critic. That's what I do.
I don't have a problem with you dealing with the culture. What we're trying to say is that when we talk about animosity, there are undertones of animosity,
right?
And a lot of it has to do with most of these people who are in the FBA and ADOS. They're not people who are international people. They might not. I go to North Carolina.
But do you think? Let me ask you a question, Dollar Bill. Do you think, like I said, the reason why I told you I'm doing what I'm doing, right? Because like people like Dark Migo and so all these people were FBA people, but they came over to me, and I'm winning a lot of people over. Why? Because I'm taking some of the arguments that I think that are legitimate. You know, it's legitimate. It's like we know. Look, the people who's behind all this are white people. You know,
but what I'm saying to you is.
Look, check this out. I seen a video that's resurfaced from a long time ago of Howard Stern, right? He had a bunch of Jamaicans on his show, right? And he was basically just lauding them. And what angers me about that is Black people in America have been with white people in this country from the day one, Revolutionary War and everything like that. He was basically throwing Black America on the bus, and the Jamaicans sat there and be like, he goes, "You guys are so good. Hardworking. You're not like the American Blacks. So you guys work hard. You're hardworking. You're a pleasure to be around." And Jamaica just sat back there goofy laughing. One of them was like, "Nah, it's not really like that." He'll say, "Yeah, well, we're taught hard work. We're taught values and everything." There's a video going viral that Phil Scott played. It said this African chick talking about Black Americans don't work hard. They're not like us and all stuff like that. There's another video I can play. Hold up. I'll play
Hold on, please.
I'll play a little bit. And you want to ask me where the animosity is coming from, Dollar Bill?
I just told you where the animosity. No, but because what you're doing is you're creating more flames to the fire.
I'm telling it like it is. I'm telling it like it is.
What I'm saying to you is, I told the brother that where the animosity and the undertones come from, right? Because I experienced it here in New York.
Black America. It's not all Black America.
We see the whole, but I'm telling you, the most of the people, I listen to these shows. Most of these people have never even, they're not even around enough people. And let me just say this one thing that I feel that you were wrong. Most people who come to New York City, who are Black people, come to Black neighborhoods. And some of the Africans even come to Black neighborhoods that I wouldn't live in. So they do not have access to white people.
So before this any come together, there's a lot of hatred, disdain, and jealousy that needs to be removed. A lot of dead weeds. This is a 59-year-old nurse.
Carla, we can't see it.
Africans and African Americans have never gotten along. Not today, not yesterday, not 20 years ago, not 100 years. We've never gotten along. We don't get along. All I'm saying is that stay in your lane and I stay in my own lane. I don't have any interest or desire to have that kind of relationship that I know will never be. There is no need for me to pretend to like you. You don't like me, and I with my full chest. I don't like you either. So this one that we're supposed to come together, don't ask me to come and join you to march down the street for whatever cause it is you're marching. I'm not coming to march anywhere with you. So all I'm saying is that, why are we here asking each other to get along? That, we think African sisters were better than, I think I'm better than African American. I'm not going to lie to you. I have any African American friend. I don't need to be friends with any African American. There's nothing friendship with them.
But can I ask you a question, Carla?
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to tell you what's really out there, and that's what people are hearing.
But why is that important?
Well, it's important because that's reality. That's why.
No, this is what I'm saying again. So we fall back into the same trap. Why do we have to be? We fall back into the same trap again.
Exactly. Why do we have to
look,
everybody has
that lady. That lady took the TikTok, right, to express how she's a South African. Right. She doesn't even have any contact with Black America, right? What the hell did she get on TikTok? And she said it so that she knows Black America will hear it, that she has so much hatred in the heart, 60 years old. There was another one a couple of weeks ago where this African girl, whatever like that, Jamaica, whatever it was, and basically said to the cops, right, shouldn't you be out there unaliving at Black Americans right now? I'm an immigrant,
Every Jamaican.
Black people hear this stuff, and the bottom line, and this is why people are tuning in to College Genesis. Why? Because I got their back. I'm like this. I put Black America before I talk about any unity with anybody else. I want to see my people together.
You don't like nobody more on this panel than Bomani, and he's not a Black American.
Oh yeah, I know, but Bomani rocks with. Hold up, Bomani rocks with Black America.
No,
I was on the phone. I was on the phone with Bomani. I'm on the phone. Me and Bomani talk every day and whatnot.
Bomani's Jamaican.
Bomani doesn't rock like he's a friggin' Jamaican. He rocks.
How do you know that, man? That's not true. Just because
Bomani does not give two shits about Jamaica.
You gotta be joking, man. Come on.
I tell you, he tells me all the time. Bomani does not care. Bomani does not care about Jamaica. He cares about.
Let him call up tonight. Call him up and tell him to come on tonight and tell Dollar Bill something that he's telling you he don't give no. Okay. He don't care about. I live around too many Jamaicans.
Okay, well, you don't been around Bomani. He don't give a two shits about no Jamaica. I'm telling you right now, he doesn't care about
you, my man. You and I cool, mad cool, but I'm not agreeing with that drama. I don't buy that for 5 minutes.
Okay, let me talk to him. Hopefully,
talk to him. Right now. You have him come on. Tell him to come on in.
Talk to him. I want to hear a Pan-African say they don't care about Jamaica.
He don't give a shit about Jamaica. He said he don't give a shit about Jamaica.
I know.
He cares about Africa. That's why he's building in Ghana. He cares about Africa.
And Garvey Town at one time.
Yeah, well, that wasn't him. He was a part of it, but he got successful. He got 50 houses up in his property, so he's doing well. He's about to do another tour. He's leaving another week to go to Ghana with 35 people. So
who only rocks with Africa.
So he's doing like this. Bomani hangs with Black America, and I'm like as one of his best friends. You know, he hangs around Black America. He does work business with Black America. Ain't no Jamaican going on his tours with him. Ain't no Jamaican. There's Jamaicans that buy property and live on his property and everything like that. But that's about it. His money and his technology business in Jonesboro, which we call Georgia, is all Black America. That's where his money comes from. You know, Black
But
America.
that doesn't make him not a Jamaican.
Yeah, but he doesn't identify with Jamaican.
Elvis, you full of crap. I don't care about people's bromance, man. I don't care. Elvis is funny. Man, listen. I don't agree. You and I I just don't agree with that, bro.
Oh, okay. We'll agree to disagree.
All I will say, like I said before, I'm the one that lives in New York. And I've been living in New York.
Well, Monty's been he's been in the South for 25 years, so.
Yeah, but I live in New York.
He lives in a all black town of Jonesboro, Georgia. He hangs around Atlanta and all that. He's around black folks. He ain't around Jamaicans.
So that make him not a Jamaican.
He doesn't care about Jamaica. You know, he don't give a shit about that.
You can't believe that, man.
So
No, he does. He does. But
what I'm saying.
I've heard him say time. He knows that's where he comes from and whatnot, but he ain't trying to build with that because they ain't about nothing, you know? So.
Again, man, we fell back into the same trap with that thing you played, man.
I understand.
That generalization again. You remember, if you there's always been, because I know Haitians and stuff that went to school in the States and stuff, and they said when they were going to schools, the abuse they got from people talking down to them, making jokes about it.
In the United States, when you say specifically, where are you talking about?
Like in Florida and stuff. Like in Florida. And stuff.
We don't live in Florida. This is New York.
I get what you're saying, bro. This is America, man. We're dealing with we're dealing with.
You think they received it because they were Haitian, or they received it because people,
look,
children?
I've heard people say, Africans on the internet and stuff say that they were called, like even Michael Black's son. He talks about how they used to clown on him and shit.
He clowns on himself. He made a whole living.
Now he's doing it. But bro, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying this to say that. I'm not saying it to say that African Americans are bad for doing that. That's not what I'm saying. Because the same way they clown might clown on Africans as a joke, or sometimes maybe some people might be serious. It's the same way you might find Africans say certain things negative about African Americans, but you can't take that thing too serious, because that's what human beings do, bro. They talk about each other and they joke about each other, and sometimes they're serious about it. You got to differentiate when the person's serious about it and they're not a friend to you, and when they're just joking and they're just, you know what I mean? You're just different and they're just joking about you being different. You see what I'm saying? You got to be able to differentiate that. So when what I'm saying is, when you generalize, when you generalize by playing this lady saying she don't want this, that's just one woman. She just has her own opinion.
I don't know why her opinion
the other thing you got to be careful of is, if you have a climate where it becomes normal for you to talk a certain way about other group, you're gonna find that the people in that other group that are hostile are gonna talk back. They're gonna defend themselves or feel like they have to defend themselves. You see what I'm saying? And so you're gonna end up with a back and forth that comes into a larger war. And so this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, don't generalize, because whatever you can find in one group, you can find in the other group. Whatever one human can do, another one can do. You see what I'm saying?
Every person that you can put up in any of these areas, where most people who are espousing these things don't even live around these people.
And this is what I'm saying. That's my point. It's an online thing. Like I said, if you go to these churches on Sunday and you got a mixed group of black people, now some Africans might have their own churches, of course, because it's a cultural thing. Sometimes I watch like Nigerian shorts on YouTube and stuff. I can't understand what they're saying. So of course you're gonna have people have their own little enclaves and stuff. But because you have your own little enclave, that doesn't mean you have to have beef. We might come together and work on the same job. You know what I mean? We might come together and maybe even do business together in some form or fashion, right? And so it's not a matter of them doing this and doing that. It's just, how do we treat each other when we are?
No, what I was trying to say to you,
we respect each other. And I'm saying to you that because of the disrespect in the political system of the United States currently, it's going to create more disrespect. And I go back to my original thesis that when you look at Tariq Nasheed, he had just released a video about Haiti. bigging up Haiti. Oh, the Haitis defend themselves, blah, 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 blah. Next thing you know, ADOS pops up. Next thing you know, he has his own little movement, and he's dissing all these people.
He's a con man.
And that's going to lead to other people from those groups now coming back at him. And those are going to be the most vocal people. And then it creates this animosity for no reason. Now, the other point I want to bring up is you're talking about families, right? We tend to like put everything on the family falling apart, and that creates all the issues. Again, to me, this is my premise. When you're dealing with human beings, it's no one thing that causes the issue. And you got to.
It's many things that are contribute to the destruction.
Right. But what I'm saying is the whole family thing, if you look at it, it's really a global phenomenon. It's not just an Black American thing. Now,
this is what I was trying to tell Carla.
You might
wait, what are you talking about? The deterioration of families? That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, about like the family, like we know it in the sense of a man and a woman, they get married and all that. Marriage rates are coming down. And
I agree. I agree with you 100%. Even though, listen, even though I was born in the mid '90s, right? But even from my upbringing until what I can see to today, it's a drastic difference. You know, in terms of family values, and now you having more, kids talking back to their parents and. Very emboldened by maybe the system.
Hold on. What do you think about that Chuck E. Cheese video? Don't you think I was timely that I played that video on this topic?
I didn't catch it. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was a Chuck E. Cheese video. Many of them. I could go play another one that's shorter. Matter of fact, I think I'll play the one that's shorter.
Why?
Because John wants to see it.
No, don't worry playing that, man. We already know what it's about, man.
What is it? Is it disparaging or something, or towards a particular group?
A normal day at Chuck E. Cheese.
No, it's not a normal day in Chuck E. Cheese. That's not.
It happens all over, man. Chuck E. Cheese. I mean,
this must be old because I think the Chuck E. Cheese branch is like closed down, isn't it?
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese is going out of business.
I don't see it no more. At least in my
he went back to like 2009.
Yeah, because I haven't heard about Chuck E. Cheese in a long time.
You want me to play one for 2023 or 2025? You want me to play that one?
Stuff's gonna go down, man.
2025.
In this country,
hold on, but what's happening? What's happening at Chuck E. Cheese? Why is that the topic right now? What's happening at Chuck E. Cheese?
No, I played Chuck E. Cheese because I was talking about the culture of the damned, and I said like this. I said I believe that the culture that we're fostered like that is destruction. I believe that Black America, like you always say, Ja. Like I said, I used to argue with you. Right now, I see what you're talking about. You say, there's really it's better to have it from me. Dollar Bill than Chukwo and other people like that are watching from the sideline.
It don't make a difference because other people are going to be watching it and they're going to come to the same conclusion that you came to.
No.
Look what Pamani said. Exactly what I said. That he's Jamaican. He's proud to be Jamaican, but he sees the bigger picture. And Africa is the bigger picture. That's a long-term goal for. It should be the long-term goal for all of us. But that doesn't mean that he's not proud of being Jamaican. Every Jamaican I met, all of them are proud to be Jamaican.
But he don't wear it on his sleeve. All right, has a Chuck.
Yeah, because he sees the bigger picture.
Nah, don't play Chuck E. Cheese video, man. We already know what it's about, bro.
Listen, I live in.
Play a video about the Chuck E. Cheese massacre.
Jamaica here in the Bronx, New York. I know Jamaicans pretty well.
Okay, but Monty's about to come up in a second.
Let him come up. I'm not afraid.
Yeah, this is the
but hold on,
saying,
real quick, I want to say this. Even just like me, like I'm proud. Listen, I'm proud to be African American. Like I'm proud of my people. I'm proud of our accomplishments. But that doesn't mean I can't look to my African and Caribbean brothers and sisters and uplift them and be proud of them as well. Like I see the bigger picture.
We're the same people. Why we shouldn't be uplifted?
Like this happened a month ago.
This is crazy.
want to send police up here, man. Send police.
Oh my
You're
God.
summoned by the college Genesis. Show up. Send police. Call in, man.
That's a male with a bra.
Call in.
Yeah,
Send
that looks like a
police. Hustle
homosexual.
Smart. Call
Yeah, that's
in.
not a woman.
That's a certified man.
This is disgusting, man.
All I know is I am done. I'm fed up with freaking all this behavior. I'm done with it. I don't give a damn.
What about the behavior of the guy stopping the fight, Collar?
Done with it, you know?
Don't be surprised.
Our children.
for the
You start
other-
talking about our children can't have a childhood. Here's the freaking problem. You know? I don't care what adults do. When you start messing with children, that's what you got. That's what my attention is. You know? Like an innocent place where children can be able to play and have their innocence in childhood. This is what you see.
But Kala, you and nobody here is responsible for that. You can't feel no way about it. There's 350 million people in America, and stuff happens, bro. Now, should it happen? No. But
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
Wow, I see non-blacks in this video, Collar. Zoom on in. I see a bunch of non-blacks, Collar.
All black people. I'm talking about a culture.
This is not a reflection of you or any other black person. This is a reflection of who is in this video.
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is not culture, Colin.
This is culture. What is it?
Most
Shit
black
is
people
garbage.
ain't doing it.
Hustle Smart
That shit is degeneracy right
Should
there,
every
man.
black person
Hustle
take
Smart's on. Yeah,
should every
come
white
on.
person
Hustle
take a
Smart. Hustle Smart,
responsibility
talk
for a
to me.
school shooter or for a mass murderer or something?
I don't know.
You
That's not my problem, man. That's not my. That's
Yeah, but this is the thing. You learn by looking at other people. White
Right.
people are people too. So you can learn from
no
them.
shit. No shit.
You can learn.
Hey, hold on. Let me get John. Let me get my brother Hustle Smart. Let me get Bomani and Hustle Smart on first.
You can learn from
hold
Aboriginal.
on.
You can learn from
First
South
off,
American.
Hustle
You can
Smart.
learn from
We can
anybody.
only talk at
Oh, my
one time,
God.
man. Bro, I don't want to have to drop you down,
Now we're
man.
gonna do
You
some
know,
real-
one person at a time. Hustle Smart, take the floor.
Hey man, first thing, shout out to everybody, man, and what's
Shout
going
out, shout
on.
out.
And you know, at the end of the day, like you said earlier, that when you're a minority group in a country that's ran by white people, and if it's just like an old African proverb where they say is that until the cantaloupe, you know what I'm saying, get his act together and get away from the lions, you know what I'm saying, their story is gonna be told by the lion. You get what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what a few cantaloupes get. Antelopes. I'm sorry, antelopes get away from us. Say, hey, might as well be cantaloupes. That's how it looks like when the lion's
bunch of
licking
fruits.
on them, licking on the back of their head and shit. But what I'm saying is that you don't have to bring out the negative for Africans or the sea or Jamaicans or the Caribbean to see. Black Americans put this shit out. You get what I'm saying? Black Americans put this stuff out. I got cousins. You get what I'm saying? I got family members that put this dumb I got dumb degenerate ass cousins. You know what I'm saying? That make stupid ass videos, riding in cars, shooting guns, shooting at people at the mall, stealing, and they put it online. It's not like nobody's forcing them to do it. You get what I'm saying? So when you got
victims, Hustle Smart, you think they're victims?
no, they ain't no damn victim. If you sit up there, hold on. If you sit up there and try to tell them, something about working together, they'll goddamn tell you fuck you. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear that shit. They don't.
Y'all don't want to hear it. When
They
I
don't
said
want
cooperative economics. Or in Ubuntu, you guys laugh.
Yeah, because it's a fallacy.
It's funny though. That's because
it sounds good, dollar bill, but it's a fallacy. It sounds. Listen. It sounds good. It's the same way as me walking into the grocery store and like, man, look, I know I need to eat salad, broccoli and cheese and whatever, and I might even buy it. You get what I'm saying? But to get the collective, everybody in my house, all my kids eat, it's not gonna happen unless I physically force them to do it. So unless you, what I'm saying, dollar bill, is that some things, if people's not joining into it, the only other way you're gonna get is you're gonna have to force them. You get what I'm saying? Then you can't force nobody to do nothing like that. So it's just a pipe dream. It sounds good though. I agree with you. It sounds good.
It's not a pipe dream.
That's what I'm saying. Dollar Bill, you 60 years old, bro. You out of touch with what's going on. These YNs, bro. These YNs don't care nothing about that shit. And so if you don't, Dollar Bill, it doesn't matter what you're saying, bro. If you don't get the YNs too, if you don't get the YNs, they're the ones that's up next. So when these YNs that's 17 and 21, when these YNs 17 and 21 get 10 years older, you're gonna be 70 years old. And if they're not gonna change, if they don't even want to listen to nobody, you get what I'm saying? Instead of them listening to the OGs, they robbing the OGs. They don't want to hear that shit. They just don't. And I'm not saying that it don't sound good, but they don't want to hear it. So what I'm saying is that it's like you're talking to an echo chamber. You're talking to your own echo chamber, and it sounds good. And I'm not saying that it don't sound good, but what I'm saying is it's not reaching nobody. And if it's not reaching anybody, and nobody is going along with it, then what's the point, Dollar Bill?
The point is that you're reaching people every night. I don't take a you see, I'm not a self-deprecating person, and I know you.
It doesn't matter if you're not that way. It's not Dollar Bill. It doesn't matter. You keep trying to bring this. You keep trying to bring this into a 60-year-old man type of era. It doesn't matter if you're not like that. But majority of the young people are like that. The majority. Let me explain something to you, Dollar Bill. Since you like numbers so much, they got over. They got over. Hold on, Colin. They got between Chicago. They did the statistic on it between Chicago, Atlanta, Miami, New York. It's over 23,000 videos put up of violent crimes.
Everybody
every day. This is every day. So it doesn't matter what you say, Dollar Bill. And you're talking about you always bring something back to what you doing. And you out of touch, and nobody ain't listening to you, bro. I like you, but nobody ain't listening. As far as this YouTube thing, you're not reaching anybody. So what I'm saying is it sounds good, but if you're not trying to find a way to put that message out to the masses, then you just in the echo chamber yourself.
Brothers.
Hey, so but
I don't understand. You talking at the same time. I don't get that.
A little bit.
Yo, Hustle Smart, what do you think is the solution?
Yo, Hustle Smart, Dollar Bill. I want to get Bomani on. Bomani, I know it's late, brother, but we asked a question about you and Jamaica. You told me many times you're proud to be Jamaican, but you're more proud to be black. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm going back to what I heard you on the recording before I got on. You woke me up my beauty rest. Greetings, brothers.
Greetings.
Hey, but money, you stay in Jonesboro? You stay in Jonesboro, Georgia?
Yeah. The mayor just got arrested. The mayor of Jonesboro just got arrested, man. How funny.
Yeah, Carla, your comment is blocking. If you can just remove the comment so I can see who's on. Yeah, just for my own clarity, because yes, I'm 100% all about Jamaica. My music that I play on my website, the music that I listen to, majority reggae music. My best of my best friends, Jamaican. My family, Jamaica. I stay greatly in touch, but I also do business. So whoever is open to communicate with me to do business, I'm down with it. The highest percentage of people that I do business with, just percentage, not numbers. Numbers would be Black people in America or Black American or African American. The highest percentage of people I do business with, based on numbers of the population, is Jamaicans. And so my connection to Africa is, for us here in America, where I've lived at a majority of my life, Jamaica, where I was born at, in the Caribbean. For us to make a connection to Africa, it's honestly that simple. So that's why I do tours. That's the best way to get people from all over, Black people, to be interested in Africa. And in Ghana, that has gave me a little progress to work towards investment and learn about the country and business and so on. So
I was absolutely right, Bomani?
Go ahead, brother.
So what I was saying was absolutely correct. See, because I think Colin think he knows Jamaicans better than I do. And I'm from New York.
I never said, look, Dollar Bill, I never said that Bomani hates being Jamaican. I'm saying he does not wear it on his sleeves. Like, we don't sit there. He'll talk about Jamaicans and Black Americans because he loves both of them. Like he sees himself as Black. He
sees himself as a Jamaican first. He just said it.
Well, he can't help but to see himself as a Jamaican person if he's Jamaican.
There's nothing wrong with him. See, listen,
that's crazy, man.
We talking to black men. He don't call me a black American. I don't call him a Jamaican.
He doesn't have to call you that.
We talk. Me and Bomani, we talk for an average of 3 hours a day.
Tyler, he knows you. Why would he be like, "What's up, black American"? You're Tyler.
I'm saying
because
the whole idea is, hold up. There's people. Look, there's people walking around that, oh, I'm Jamaican and whatnot. Let me tell you, Jamaican.
No, yeah, I don't push that. Cause what I don't do, I don't push division, and I don't push Jamaican. This is all about Jamaica.
No, you don't. But you
reach
apply Jamaican, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I consider myself a straight up hardcore Pan-Africanist. I believe in the collective effort of black people everywhere.
Yeah, but
so
then
my
also
whole reach
you represent yourself.
Damn, Dollar Bill, let him explain himself.
No, I'm talking to him, bro.
You trying to put words in his mouth, though. Let him talk for himself.
Excuse me. You ones would tell me certain things, and
I'm just saying the man come up here to talk, and then he can't get 2 minutes out of it. He can't get 2 minutes out of his mouth before you interrupt him, bro.
Please, I'm a co-host. First of all,
it doesn't matter if you're a co-host, Dollar Bill. Goddamn, let the man talk. You act like you're a co-host.
Everybody,
come on, bro. That don't even make sense.
Look, you guys are all my comrades and friends, whatnot. Let's get along, man. Jeez.
I want to hear Bomani. I want to hear Bomani talk about himself.
Right.
Not you talk for Bomani.
Bomani's for the time.
He's a grown ass man.
Let him finish.
Let him represent himself. He don't need you.
That's the same thing I just told you, Dollar Bill.
I asked him a question. See, you don't even know what the hell was going on.
It don't matter. The man was in a full sentence of telling about himself, and you interrupted him.
No, I did not interrupt him.
Oh my God! Go ahead, Bomani, man. Go ahead, Bomani, man. Go ahead, finish saying what you were saying.
I'm a patient man. I can wait till Dollar Bill or whoever else.
I got a degree in journalism. I know how to answer the damn question.
Somebody don't give a damn. You can have a degree in Chick-fil-A. You can have a degree in Chick-fil-A. Let the man talk. God damn.
All right.
I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Come on, do we have to be? This is what I'm talking about. How are we gonna talk about peace, love, and Ubuntu?
Because you Negroes don't have no respect.
And we can't even have no damn conversation.
How about you have respect and let the man finish talking?
How about you let me, as a co-host, ask the man?
It don't matter. You the co-host of Goodwill. Let the man talk.
Not a damn question.
Damn. Why wake the man from his beautiful Jamaican dreams if you ain't gonna let him talk?
Because I asked him a question.
Chick-fil-A fight is about to break out.
No, bro, it ain't that serious, man.
Come on, there'll be a Chuck E. Cheese on the
top. My man, sometimes he does some ignorant shit.
Okay, all right. Check this out. Okay, all right, Dollar Bill, duly noted. Okay, Bomani, go ahead, finish what you're saying.
Dollar Bill, finish with your question, so I'm clear about what you're saying.
Asking, you know what it is? I hate certain situations. All I was trying to say to him is that I didn't agree with certain things that he was saying.
That don't sound like a question.
Excuse me. Listen, man. Can I get to my stuff, bro?
I'm just waiting for the question.
Well, then wait with your mouth closed. How about that? Do that. Thank you. All I was trying to say to him, Bomani, is I know you are a New Yorker, right? From Brooklyn, from what I understand. And so I was saying to him, I live on the other side in the Bronx, New York. And I live in the Jamaican community.
God damn, it's instruction with the question?
Yeah, because you have to set up a question.
No, you don't have to. No, you don't. You can just ask the question.
Excuse me. I'm asking Bomani the question. I'm not talking.
Go ahead. Let me hear you ask the question then, Dollar Bill.
Why don't you just listen, man, and stop? All I was trying to say to him, Bomani, is that you care about black people in general, but you're also a proud Jamaican. Is that not true?
That's absolutely true, brother.
Of course it's true, Corey. We know that.
Outstanding question. You went how many years of college you went to ask that question?
We all know he's a Jamaican.
Hey, Bomani, let me ask you a question though. Let me ask you a question without the setup. Did you ever go to that Liberian restaurant on Tara Boulevard?
Let me answer the question. See, that's what the difference
I never went to
being a journalist and a loudmouth.
Do you know which one I'm talking about though?
I don't know about it. I'm not familiar with it. I would have been when
it's in Jonesboro, right off of 1941. You know what I'm saying? Right over there in the little right across the street from the Burger King and the that liquor store right there. You know, Art Cathy and that other guy, Chief Montana, used to be when I used to go over there, I used to see them over there all the time. But if you don't know what I'm talking about though, it's fine.
Now, I mean, I know the area. I've been driving up and down there for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, okay, right
Is it
there.
good? Is that restaurant good?
Okay, now they closed the restaurant down. You know, okay, right there with 1941 that is right there where you got the Wayfield right there, you got the KFC, and then you got the Burger King, and you got the liquor store. It used to be a Golden Corral. You remember where the Golden Corral used to be at right there? And now it's another buffet place.
I'm familiar with the liquor store and Burger King.
Yeah, it was directly behind the Burger King, in that plaza where the Dollar General is right there. It used to be a Liberian restaurant next door to the barbershop, right there on the corner.
Yeah, that's a Jamrock Jamaican restaurant.
It's now that's what it is now, but it used to be at a Liberian spot. You never tried it when it was up.
At that Jamrock. Remember that's when he cursed out Negro Pen. Remember that?
Yeah, it's called Jamrock South. Is it open though?
Yes, it's open now. They changed location.
Okay, got you.
But yeah, I am up and available if anybody have any mysterious questions.
I'm just amazed by people
We played the video
who are anti-education. When they go to the doctor, do they ask to get their teeth knocked out by Leroy in the park?
Yeah, both of y'all was talking at the same time.
Go ahead, man. I'm just gonna listen because everything I say, you know, nobody wants to listen to because they know so much. So go ahead. I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, you and Carla was talking at the same time, so I heard both of your audio, but didn't hear clarity of any questions from either one of you.
No, I was just basically saying I played the video for the tour. It looked really good on the show. I played the video for the tour promotion, you know, on the show earlier. It came out looking really good, you know. So
appreciate energy. That's just one of the few things I got marketed for you. You wanted to do Liberia. I gave you my time, my energy, effort, and put all.
I appreciate everything Bomani's doing, man. You know, we're gonna make this tour.
So you and the people who are serious gotta get together so we can get this thing rolling. Been to the country before and made the greatest adjustments on itinerary. It looks incredible. We're staying at a few different beach resorts. I got in between time to move around, go to great restaurants, nightlife, whole lot of networking.
Let me ask you a question, Bomani. Did you feel at any time you was in danger or unsafe in Liberia?
No, that was. You know,
some people on here were saying Liberia has a high crime rate.
It's definitely a low crime rate. It's not like you have a country full of people with guns and just running crazy. But you know, we're out. One of the things is, you know, we move around the African continent. We're all over the place, and then we're moving around daytime, nighttime, and you know, you're connecting, networking with people. You're checking the scenes out. You're analyzing it. And,
Remember that one night I was drunk in back of the car. Me and Dion, when he was in the back seat. You were out there walking by, you know, doing your thing, going to club hopping. Remember that?
Oh yes, absolutely. That was
right in the car. I would have never done that in America. Slept in a car with all those people walking past. I slept in a car, man. And Romani was coming by, man, knocking on the window and shit, man. You know. So
it's absolutely, man, a great time, man. I did my best to record as much as we can, but you know, didn't get a chance to record much in the nighttime. But great experience, and we're gonna step it up to another level. And if anyone want a nice introduction, that's what we do. Get them connected to a nice introduction. You get to the country, and you have that nice business conference, college, where you'll be able to lead the conference and get all of your people that's coming with you and all the people that you have there, connect, network, and get the momentum flowing.
Yeah, I'll be
this in a shorter route. You know, we spend many years building a program in Ghana and building the marketing. You know, especially when Ghana wasn't a popular country back in the early 2000s. So, you know, if we could pull that off, not saying that we're solely responsible for all the growth in tourism, but it was, you know, the contribution and energy that also invited many people in to also copy the same business that you do and do their own thing. So the same energy we can push for Liberia. So everything I'm speaking about is based on experience. So you just need some people to join you, and that will set the momentum off.
Yep, that's what I'm working on. So I'm dedicating my life to. Like I said, soon as I get my office set up, people say, "Where's the office stand, Carla?" Well, I got to get set up. I broke it down to Bomani today. How'd you like how I broke it down to you today, Bomani?
Absolutely, the breakdown part is fine. You know what I was talking about is that you have to hit the ground step 1, 2, and 3, and laying it out. And
I gave Bomani step 1, step 2, step 3.
Yeah, I mean laying it out is fine from 1 steps to 10 step, but you have to actually start on those steps.
Yep.
And keep it flowing. So you made it into the country. You've been back a few times. You've gotten a few things in place, and then now you need a flow of energy of people with you, and that changes the dynamic when people see you coming with a unit of people, and we're talking about the future of the country.
Hey, you know what would be a good idea, Carla, is that if you are the money, if y'all got the link, won't you send me the link so when you go live, I can put in the chat and pin the link at the top. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, all y'all do is just send me the link. Just you can either send it to me on WhatsApp, but as long as I have that.
What link to the?
Basically, everything I sent you today, Carla, you can just forward to him.
Oh, that's right, because he's on WhatsApp. Yeah.
Yeah, and then then you can put the link up there. Like Carla, you can do it too, but I mean sometimes you just you be on your monologue. But what I'm saying is like if I got it as a moderator, you can just put the link to the top, and then you can pin it. Then you can just pin it, and it'll stay up there to the top.
I don't know do none of that.
No, I got you. I'll show you how to do. I'm just saying, just get me the link, and then it'll be up there. Because sometimes when you tell people about stuff
in the comment section, and then someone in the comment section.
Well, I'm saying you send me the link on WhatsApp.
Are you talking about in the video comments, or are you talking about the chat room?
No, it'll be in the chat. It'll be in the chat. But I'm saying you send me the link, and then when
I didn't pin the chat, I never seen that.
All you do is just click on the message and pin it. You know what I'm saying? You just hold it down and pin it.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that. Me at
the
show.
Your color. The main thing is just forward them everything I sent you. I sent you all kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was forwarding
thumbnails, video 1, video 2.
You figure it out.
All those things are.
I don't know.
No, just send it to me, and I can see what I can put the link in. But all I know is that a link is better. You know what I'm saying? A link is, you know what I'm saying, either for somebody just to click on it.
Hustle Smart.
Go ahead.
Was that Liberian restaurant good, man?
Yeah, it was good, man. They had what I liked about it, everything on the menu was $15.
What was your favorite thing to eat there, man?
Peanut butter chicken.
Well, I'll say like this, Elvis, a dollar bill is my good friend. We just don't agree on everything. That's what friendship is all about, You don't agree. If I was fake, I'd be like, oh yeah. No, I'm not like that. I'm real. I expect everybody else. I expect people to disagree with me. I live for that.
I can't think of one person I agree with 100%.
I don't agree with nobody. Me and Bomani argue all the time, man. What are you talking about?
Listen, I like Simplice. I just don't think that some of the things that he said. I don't. When people say certain things, I understand why they say certain things, but it really doesn't faze me. Like whatever he does in his life, okay, I respect it. I respect what he does and his accomplishments, and I would never say, "Oh, well, did you take 4 years to do that?" Yeah, it's okay. Did you take many years to do what you're doing? Definitely. I respect what you do, and people have to respect. I'm not anti something because it doesn't work for me. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to say, why did you go to engineering school? You could have went to so-and-so school. I respect what people do.
What the hell are you talking about, Dollar Bill?
I'm just saying what I said.
I'll tell you this.
I respect journalism.
I'll say this. Now, there's been a lot of criticisms about me. People like, Carl, where's the African stand? Carl, where's the African stand? So I felt it in my heart to break it down to Bomani, my plan step by step. This is what I plan on doing. And let him know I'm dead serious about this movie. I said, first thing is this tour to Liberia. That's really going to establish me in this country. I'm already married to a Liberian. I'm already got a house there, stuff like that. So I think I'm on track. Next is an office. Then we want to get a warehouse facility. I want to start stacking construction. I need vehicles. I need at least 2 vehicles People don't understand when you actually doing work in a country, right? First thing I'll ask you, do you have a vehicle? No, I don't believe you ain't doing shit. If somebody says they invest in the country and they say they're in the country, all that, ask them, do they got a vehicle? In Africa, if you do not have a vehicle, you ain't got shit. You know, now if the person is in Africa and they got like 2 pickup trucks, okay, you know he's doing work. He could transport stuff, he could do stuff, he could build stuff, or he has a borehole truck. And he has something on tangent. He has a what's it called? A bulldozer, excavator, or something like that, or even a tractor. You got to have something, you know. So I want to basically have these things, you know. Tractors, excavators, one that can lend out, whatever like that, to do work or whatever like that, all over. That's how you get established in each and every country, you know, brick by brick, land by land, pipe by pipe, all that stuff like that we built. That's the Afghanistan, you know, by building, you know, you got to build it, you know, hand, brick and mortar, skilled labor, all these things coming together, you know, so yeah, you know, how it's going to be done, I already got it done on paper. What I'm going to do is about implementing, you know. So yeah, I'm doing this, you know. So it is what it is, you know.
In fact, I wanted to say something. Bomani, are you familiar with the deceased legendary Gil Noble?
Gil's Noble, familiar with him, and not in studies or expert on him, but I've heard the name.
Gil Noble's a brother.
Like it is.
Who? Let me answer, guys. God damn it.
Well, I remember his show, Like It Is.
Yeah. Gil Noble is a brother of Jamaican heritage who was born and raised in Harlem. And one of my heroes, I actually interviewed him at about maybe like 22 years, when I was about 22 years old. I interviewed him. And I'm going to see if I can get it so I can bring it online. But that's one of my first interviews, okay, with the legendary Gil Noble. And as Kala said, positively black.
Cool.
And he had a show on ABC called Like It Is.
What year was that, Dollar Bill?
That was the late 70s, early 80s.
It's in the 70s.
Oh man, nostalgia.
I never forget one time.
Hold on, smart. Can I say this? This is the problem with black people. You got a white guy by the name of Warren Buffett. Just now is retiring. Do you hear white people up there talking about how old he was? He's damn near 90-some years old.
I do hear him talk about how old he is.
No. This is the thing that, and I'm not trying
I thought you asked a question.
I want to say this.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. I thought you asked a question. So it wasn't a question. It was rhetorical.
I want to say this shit because I'm an African American, and this is one of the things that I hate about our culture.
See,
we're the only set of people
in our culture. We got to change.
We're the only set of people who do that dumb shit. We're the only set of people who will sit up there and say somebody's 60. In every other culture,
I could never understand that. Let me where does this come from? Because there was always this thing about the old black man and whatnot. I see now they hate old black people. You know, they hate.
And every other culture,
the old Negro spiritual.
Yeah, they hate.
No, that's not true. Man. That's some nigga shit that you know. Okay, and just because you accept it to be true, don't mean it's worth a damn thing.
I mean, I didn't make it up.
Yeah, well, it's some ignorant shit you're repeating.
Hey, well, it is what it is. Old Negro spiritual. That's what
I'm telling you. Warren Buffett didn't start until his late 50s. He's a multi-billionaire. Every entrepreneur who's white and black.
Walt Disney didn't start till he was 50. Walt Disney was poor, and he got his first break at 50.
About how of a business acumen. You didn't hear white people walking around talking about, oh, look at this old white cracker. This is the dumb shit that we do in our community. The anti-intellectual mind thinking that everybody has to be 20 years old. Just that stupid shit.
Yeah, nobody don't listen to old black people in our community. It just is what it is. That's the difference. See, that's the difference between that. I'm glad you said that because that right there shows everything. That's the difference between black people. That's the difference between black people and white people.
Like I said, Daldo, this is why I did this show tonight, right? Why? Because I feel like the culture of the damned is it has black people in a perpetual youth, you know?
Yeah,
The rest is our
shit.
culture. We're in a
That's the same
perpetual
thing when it
youth
comes to
challenge.
music.
That's why I say like this: the music, everything keeps us silly. That's
Yeah,
why
it's that
Diddy,
simple,
him
dumb shit.
disappearing. Like,
You never hear a white person
let me
calling
say this.
Warren
Let me
Buffett.
say this. Back in the 90s, right? I was like, we're Diddy about the same age, right? So I'm saying, okay, maybe this nigga will grow up, right? There's partying, Cristal, maybe it'll disappear. I was bothered by it back in the days, right? We both turned 40 about with a year apart, right? This nigga still out there, P. Diddy partying, blah, blah, blah. I said, damn. So I said, okay, we turned 50. This nigga's gonna disappear, become more mature, whatever like that. 50 years old, this nigga doing the same goddamn thing, man. I'm like, damn. So what I'm saying
is
why?
It's the same mentality. Black people, you know why? Because we don't intend to live long enough to be old. So we have to take people who are not old and make them into old, because you don't intend on living a long life of longevity. So that's why, these are old men. See, that's that ignorant shit.
It's a culture.
It's a culture. I mean, Dollar Bill, you cannot like it, and it's fine if you don't like it. It's fine. 60 is old as fuck in the black community, bro. But listen, though, Dollar Bill, listen to what I'm saying. It's okay if you dislike it, but it doesn't change the fact that in the black community, nobody listen to old niggas.
Well,
they just don't.
That's why the black community is in the position that it's in.
Okay, now you see
that dumb shit.
Hold up. Hold up. I got something to say after some police.
And that's why I say we're doomed. That's up to me. Tyler, this is where the doom. Listen, if the young generation is not gonna take heed to the older generation, then that's doomed. Because just like what you just said, I'm gonna use your own word. Let me help you use your own words. They don't do white people. They don't do white people like that. The white people look. I go around the country.
You're old and white is a symbol of power.
It's a symbolism of power. It's a symbolism of power. In the black community, an old black man is the symbolism of a sucker. That's the way they look at it. They look like an old Negro slave, and that's why they call them old Negro spiritual.
They're like, I don't want to be like this nigga, man. You know, hey, Dollar Bill. The only way we could redeem ourselves is by building an African. That's. Then when you're in the power one night,
I think we have to rebuild ourselves where we are and abroad. We can shoot on
stay in America, Dollar Bill.
I agree with you, Dollar Bill, that you got to rebuild both in America and abroad. But I do want to defend my younger black people now. It is 100% true that we tend to reject advice from older people. But hold up, Tyler. Don't get too angry now. In the very same instance, this generation and younger black men are more responsible, more active in their kids' lives, more likely in comparison to the past generation to go to college, more likely to at least attempt to start a business, more likely to do better. Crime rates are lower than past generations. Less likely to do crack cocaine. Now, at this point, it's not like just don't listen to no older people. That ain't the case. Not you, Dollar Bill, but a lot of people in your era and college there.
He always reverts something back to him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not about you, Dollar Bill. But we have to admit.
Yeah, you're your own example.
I got other people that
okay.
Dollar Bill. It's very subjective, right? You and Colin, I never touched crack cocaine at all.
Why would I want to touch crack?
But there were a lot of people in your generation. I mean, there was no gangster rap music, right? Y'all was knocking each other down to y'all was killing to that. My younger generation of people. Across the 110th Street.
We got to give a moment of silence, right? I just say, he just said Jawaza Kajusu just passed. Oh yeah. Wow. That was about
a couple of days ago, about a week ago.
Oh, rest in peace.
Somebody sent me a notice, man. Hey,
observe
a moment of silence for Jawanza Kajufu. the #1 Afrocentric scholar in history. And he was the one who led me to this right here. He was what opened my eyes. And next thing I found Karenga, found Farrakhan, Malcolm X, everything. Jawanza Kunjufu, excellent brother.
Countering the conspiracy against little black boys.
Yeah, he's a great man,
Volumes 1, 2, 3, I think, and 4.
Let me give Coach a moment of silence, folks.
Yeah,
how old was he?
He was a baby boomer.
Oh shit, man. He was old and degreed.
He was our parents' age.
Listen, Skylar, that man was a great man. The question is, did you listen to him?
Yeah, we listened to him. That's why I'm on this show right now. Why do you think I create the Collar Nation? Bro, listen to
everybody don't have to listen. Only takes one.
No, Dollar Bill. I reject that point of view.
Yeah,
that's crazy work.
That's crazy.
That's more like a self-esteem or a self-virtuous mentality to be like, if I could just say one person, fuck one person now. You can only say one, don't save nobody.
Many are called, but the chosen a few.
That's just like saying when two elephants fight, is the grass that suffers. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on,
man. The damn cantaloupe.
I mean, you know what? Black people are the kings and queens of colloquials and folktales, man, and one-liners.
Hold up, somebody pay attention. Pay attention to the flyer Bomani has with a BAO emblem, Liberia flag, thing like that. This is all BAIO, and Africa for Africans combined effort, for this tour for next year. And hopefully I'll be one of the keynote speakers at the business conference, And so we're gonna have a good time. Why not?
Hey, Carla, see how that www.africafortheafricans.org, you can send that to me in the link, and then I can put it in and it'll show up in the chat as a link. Do you get what I'm saying? It'll show up in blue for people just to easily click on.
Okay, hold up. So let me so I gotta go to my banner.
And remember, Carla, everything is on your WhatsApp.
Yeah, but he's talking about this banner.
No, not the banner. Just if you give them the email,
the link to the website.
Yeah, you give them the address. They can just click on it. It will automatically go to it. So you need to have that as a link. Do you get what I'm saying? Just send that part to me as a link. Just to www.africafortheafricans.org. Just send that right there to a link. And once you put that in the chat, even if somebody make a mistake and touch it, it's gonna go to the website, right, Bomani?
Yes, absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't have to put up the flyer if they have the link to the flyer. Do you get what I'm saying, Carla?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gil Noble's like it is.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the back chat right now, private chat right now.
And he died. He was born in 1932.
God damn!
I didn't know he was that old. He's older than my parents.
And he died in
He was good for his age, man. Jeez, I didn't know he was that old.
Gil Noble, like it is. My father made me look at that show.
I thought you said Jawanza Kunjufu.
No,
how old is Jawanza Kunjufu?
I don't know. I gotta look that up.
I know he wasn't born in the 1930s. No way. Hey, Hustle Smart, it's in the back chat, bro.
You said it was Gil Noble died in 2012.
I said that.
Why we having a moment of silence for who?
Jawanza Kunjufu.
He was 71 when he died. He was born in 1953.
Yeah, he's like my parents' age, 7. Yeah, Jawanza Kunjufu.
He was 71.
He was that old.
Jawanza
at Morgan State.
Jawanza Kunjufu, that man wrote so many Afrocentric books back in the day. That's why I said people like
popular to be smart.
Like and O'Shea, they ain't come up reading dudes like brothers like this. They just jumped on YouTube when I came up under Jawanza. I had a black conscience. I came up under Jawanza Kunjufu, Molana Karenga, and all these other Dr. Karenga and all these other people. Those are people that came before me. I studied under.
So he been dead for 12 years?
That's Gil Noble.
Oh. That's a bunch of them old dudes dying off.
Jawanza Kunjufu was only 71.
Hustle Smart. Stop the BS.
Man, listen, Dollar Bill. Listen, Dollar Bill. I listen. I'm definitely have my ear to the street. You know what I'm saying? More. So all I'm telling you is that in the black community, the younger dudes just don't listen to older dudes unless you're gonna give them something. Unless you got something to give them, they do not want to listen, no matter what.
I got something to give to them.
What you gonna give them, Dollar Bill?
Keep them alive.
What you gonna give them?
Some knowledge.
Yeah,
how about this?
Dollar Bill, they're gonna rob you.
They gonna rob you, bro.
I got a project we can work on, right?
Gotta make them
Hold
live.
on. We can basically get with that guy Cuddy and all the young Negroes on the street that are getting caught up in that. Be like Cuddy. He left all that behind and started a whole new life in Burkina Faso.
They gonna laugh at Cuddy.
I'm not laughing at Cuddy.
I think they'll follow him, you know.
He went down there because he identified
He was ducking child support. That's why he went down there.
Yeah, but there's a lot of dudes are running from child support. So.
He went on there ducking child support.
Child support.
Yeah,
child support. There's a lot of dudes getting locked up for child support. So
yeah,
you know, it might work, man. You know, might say, imagine if we can get thousands of motherfuckers in West Africa. That'd be great, man.
Yeah, Carla, the thing about it, and everybody else, the thing about it, if they're gonna do something like that, they have to leave before they're in the system to where they can't get a pass.
Yep,
that's true. Don't wait, man. Go now.
You got to leave before your rears go to Superior Court.
Yeah,
there you go. So folks so when it comes to passport and things like that, you know, folks just gotta just read the laws that's right there on the US state.gov website.
Just pay your damn child support.
Dollar Bill, even if you 60 years old, the reels don't go away, bro.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying it don't matter. Like what I'm saying.
I ain't got none of that.
No, I got. Of course you don't, Dollar Bill. Of course you don't. What I'm saying is that that's what a lot of people. That's what a lot of people. My homeboy came back from the Bahamas. You know what I'm saying? And that child support, he was about 65, and them child support that real was still waiting for.
What are you with these 60 motherfuckers right now? He was 65.
I don't know, man.
Man, he was like 65, man.
Come on.
He read a child support
one day, man. I'll be there in 3 or 4 years. My damn self, man. Shit.
It's just the way it's the way that it is in the black community. It's just a culture thing that we have.
That's why, Hustle, that's why I want to live in Africa, because in Africa they don't care about you old, whatever like that. You still feel young. You could be 60. I see 60-year-olds out in Liberia they're like they're freaking in their youth or whatnot.
Yeah.
You know?
Because they trekking 12 kilometers a day eating gari and ground nuts and shit. You know what I'm saying?
People just have a natural youth on. You can tell they're older because you see that gray in their hair. Well, that nigga's 60, right? But you look like like a kid in his face, right?
Because they all manual. Like mostly I can't speak for Liberia, but when I was in Nigeria, most of all the dudes over there, it's more manual labor what they do. So you get what I'm saying? They don't have like no breaks. They ain't got no break room. I ain't seen not one break room or nothing. Like these dudes out there working from
in a corner somewhere with a bowl of
How do you think Denzel Washington is?
Sun up to sundown. Denzel Washington like 135,000 years old.
Yeah.
He losing
the gristle. Hey, Dollar Bill, have you noticed he on that powder because he losing that gristle in his nose? You can tell.
I don't know about all that.
I mean, you can just tell by their nose.
Because he's 60, he was doing action films.
Who's this? Who's this?
Denzel.
Denzel's like 70 right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying when he was 60, he was doing action films.
Yeah, like Dollar Bill is always an exception to the rule. You get what I'm saying?
Listen, man.
So Dollar Bill is that one. Denzel is that 1 in 10,000, like Django.
Listen,
Sylvester Stallone, man, he's like 75, making a friggin'.
I know women. I know women. Some of them as 65, 70, and look better than these 20-year-olds.
I don't know about
that. Look all rolled up.
So in other words, Dollar Bill, you support Lisa Ray and her campaign, right?
No, I don't support her.
Lisa Ray, ugly as hell. Kyla, pick another woman.
No, Tracy Ellis.
Oh Lord.
Man, she look like Beetlejuice to me, bro.
I haven't seen her lately. I don't
She
know.
got them buck eyes, you know. But you want me to tell you who does not look good to me, and everybody like a Rihanna. She look like an alien to me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
How smart? I could not find that video you were talking about with that girl Ronnie.
Oh, you gotta go.
I tried my best to find that shit, man.
It's in the movie. Yeah, it's in the movie. She actually did a sex scene with a dude.
I could not find it, man. I was like, damn, you need to send me the damn link.
Okay, the movie.
I had a big argument with Ola with that. He went crazy on me, man, because he got angry because was that the same girl?
No, Rihanna, the pop singer Rihanna, the one from Belize. See, you see Dollar Bill. You saw Dollar Bill. See, you don't even know who she is, do you?
I know who Rihanna is. I got her music, man. I don't know why y'all think somebody's old, man.
Well, what you talking about then? That's what I said. I said Rihanna looked like an alien.
Come on, man. I keep telling y'all, it's a shame people think somebody 60 is old, man. Ain't nobody old.
It's definitely old, Dollar Bill.
All right.
Like as soon as you get that AARP letter in the mail, well, you got that about 10 years ago.
Look, I'll tell you right now, I work for AARP. You get that at 50.
You get that at 50. Yeah, you got that 10 years ago.
Check this out, man. When you get
that don't bother me, man. I love it.
Hey, man, you got to get them discounts, man. I
wish the
like discounts.
Look, I'm trying to get AARP in Africa. You know,
oh, that's gonna be
good luck with that one.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
They got one in South Africa, not in West Africa.
That's impossible.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Nothing's impossible. AARP will definitely.
That's impossible.
Healthcare system up in West Africa, you know.
We got a better chance of getting African Americans to zero crime before that happens.
It's just that they don't care nothing about public health in Nigeria.
Yeah, I make my money off of the fact that government will spend millions of dollars just to give everybody cognitive tests and blood work tests, you know, and stuff like that. The government will spend money or give people emergency room care. In Africa, man, there's no money in healthcare because they don't give a flying fuck if you fall dead.
They do not care.
Somebody in the market in Liberia the other day, the motherfucker, they said, "Oh, he seemed like he was in good shape, just fell out and died right in the middle of the street." And everybody's standing there. What the fuck happened to him? He seemed like he was all happy yesterday. Next thing you know, he just died.
See, my doctor, my primary care is in Jonesboro too, but money. He's a Yoruba dude, and he tell me like he go over there like once a year only for the humanitarian thing. And he was telling me about the medication that he gives me every 90 days. You know, every 90 days, I get it every 90 days. He said that he gets like the government paid for a 30-day supply when he come over there, and that's for them to last for the whole year. That's all the government. That's 30-day supply of the same medication that I get that I get every 3 months.
You definitely in this country, you definitely got a better healthcare system here. You know, you know, anybody tells you anything different, they're lying to you. The only country in Africa that got okay is probably Namibia and South Africa. They got good. You got to pay for it though. They got good healthcare systems in Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa.
Colin, he told me
straight to my face. They got good healthcare for the white people.
Well, they do have private. They do have it like that, but it's like you got to get in with the
private insurance.
Yeah,
if you have private insurance right now, they don't care. But a lot of black people down there can't afford the insurance. So,
Colin, he told me, he said, man, if I ain't have PPO, you wouldn't even know who I am. That's exactly what he told me. You know what I'm saying? So it's these, and I think he works with Henry County, a Grady Medical, like he's a surgeon. You know what I'm saying? But he got his own private. He got his own private practice or whatever. But like he says that when he just go for the free trip because he get a free plane ticket. He said, but what he gives out, he says never enough. They have no type of setup. The medication that needs to be refrigerated, like those eye drops. You know, like a lot of people in Africa have those.
Insulin has to be refrigerated.
Yeah, he said they don't. He said they be having it in little coolers with ice. And if the ice melt, little blocks of ice. He explained everything.
Like I said, I would not advise nobody moving to Africa until we get.
Kylie, you were just promoting earlier now.
No, I said we can do
hey,
it.
Check it out.
Right?
He gonna call me old. He's on
I said
B12
part of the EPCOM. Part of Epcot logistics and infrastructure, like I told Bamani today, is a healthcare system. I'm dead serious about that, And if I have to outsource it 100% to a foreign entity, I'll do it. But the bottom line, a healthcare system is mandatory if you're gonna get people to live there.
Yeah.
So I am not playing games. When we talk about building in Africa, everything has to be there. The planned community that I want, is basically gonna have everything, utilities, everything. Municipal center, all that shit. It's gonna function like a independent settlement. With a hospital, a medical system, and everything like that. You need everything.
College, it's just that when you talk about the AARP and the medical, like once when I saw that for 200 million people, they only have 6 water cleaning facility in a country of 200 and some million. You get what I'm saying?
Not
Like,
good.
like that's right there. If you can't get the typhoid out the water, you can't treat if the water's not treated.
And actually, that's what I got. I got malaria and typhoid.
Oh, you got that double whammy.
I got malaria and typhoid. That's what I got.
Because typhoid is just another version of salmonella.
Yeah.
Like that should have killed you.
Typhoid for eating the wrong type of food.
Oh, you can get it from salad, from lettuce. That's why they recall their lettuce.
I don't know what I ate when I was there,
And then handle your food. You can get it that way.
Yeah.
But it's microbes. I think my father used to help design that. One of the first one on the Hudson that cleans the water.
Water purifications,
Water treatment center.
Water treatment,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They only have 6 in the country of 200 million. I was up in this small town called Lafayette, Georgia. It's like on the verge of right on the corner of Alabama. And this small ass city with like 12,000 people. They got a goddamn water treatment center. This was like 12,000 people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can't
go find out how they finance that, right? They fucking had a municipal bond, right?
Yeah.
That they're paying for. It may take 30 years to pay it off. That's what you do. You get enough people. All you build a settlement. You got to get like at least 20,000 people to the tax base.
You got to have that tax base. That's the number one problem, Colin. It's the taxes. You can't
you need triple bonds. Like Colin said, you get AAA bond that is guaranteed.
Yeah, but you still got to service that bond. You got to service that.
Yeah,
bond.
You got to service it.
You got to service that back with the tax base. Tax revenue is how you service the bond.
Yeah,
you tax everything, man. You tax everything. Somebody breathing, you tax that shit, man.
And they don't pay taxes for shit in that.
They don't tax anybody in Africa. That's why they don't have no services.
They probably cause a riot. People talking about taxes.
The modern world relies on taxes, man.
They got like taxes to a degree, but it's more like every time you get money to your account, they'll take money from you. But not like regular income taxes.
They try to put 1% tax on what's it called? What's the we call E-Verify. The like things like what's the thing like PayPal? Like they want to levy like 1% tax in Ghana. The country almost went into a riot, man. 1%.
Yeah, same thing happened in Kenya.
Yeah, so Kenya too. Yeah.
How you gonna put taxes on people? There are people in Nigerian military that make less than $40 a month. And they out there fighting and getting shot at. You gonna tax them people?
1% is not gonna hurt them,
Yeah, the hell. What?
1%, come on, it's not gonna hurt them.
Well, they need to take care of their military. That's why they have those coups.
Yeah.
You got to take care of your military. George Washington took care of his military.
But now when y'all say this, now y'all realize why some of these countries that do not mind being in the bed of these foreign countries, because the foreign countries come in, take over, colonize without colonizing, and then they serve it, they bring their military in too.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get what I'm saying? So when you see that happening, that's why you see why they do their people the way they do their people, because they only beholden to their colonized overseer.
Because the colonizers set up a safety net.
Yeah, the colonizer is their welfare, but it's only for the elite.
And people don't understand that. When I say that, Ola goes, you want everybody to think on welfare.
I mean, I think Ola, man, just basic healthcare is not welfare. That's Mike Olawale says that.
Oh, see, Dollar Bill, you weren't on there when I talked to the girl, and then Ola came back on here, and I told him that, okay, since you would like want to take up for the girl so much, she was like, hey, give her my WhatsApp number, help me find a better job, you know, give her okay. That nigga, he didn't even want to take the information there. You get what I'm saying? He didn't want to offer, it was her and her friends. You get what I'm saying? I told him, I'm like, hey, you go her WhatsApp and her OPay right here.
Is this the chicken bone girl?
Yeah, I told him. I was like, look, she just want to work a livable wage. She working at a grocery store, 5 days a week, 9 to 10 hours a day. You know, on her feet, and she only making $45,000 a naira, and that's about $30. $30, and then she got to have transport. Get transferred back for what? But let me tell you something. This is the crazy part that she told me. She said, but they do gotta it's an unfinished compound in the back of the grocery store, Jonathan, where some of the girls that sleep there. They sleep there during the week, and then they go home on the weekend.
Yeah, I believe that.
So because they can't afford the transport, if they only making 45,000, those KK driver, they charging them 2,000 to go, 2,000 to go back. If they do that 5 days a week, that's 20,000.
Africa is unforgiving about their prices.
They are unforgiving.
They ain't trying. There's
so the police.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't think of bringing an African wife here to America?
Hell no.
Kenya. A Kenyan wife.
Only Kenya?
Only not West Africa. West Africa is uncivilized.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm straight up. If you listen, tell you something, man. You go to West Africa, East Africa, it's like 1920s to 2020s.
You know why I say that? I figure if I was a young man and I had a woman from Africa who's willing to work like that, I could run a business. She could work with me. People work like that.
What you know, the thing about it is, I actually have a Kenyan chick, you know what I'm saying? But the difference is that if you got to have a business where you can hire somebody.
Yeah, if you had a business,
yeah,
and you and her work together and work that business.
No, because at the end of the day, they have to get you. You would have to. It would be like you would have to run the business and train her at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. But it's what business you gonna find like that? You know what I'm saying? So with my business, it's a one man show. You know what I'm saying? Only thing she can do is just bust that box open when I get home and
she
make
can't
sure
do none of your paperwork or like that.
Eric, you know what? The dollar bill, everything now is just like digital. Even to pay everything, they send it all through the email. They send it everything. It's no more paperwork. Even when I go get my fuel at the truck stop, is all to the email. They got everything got an app. The petrol is petrol and Flying J and Pilot. Those like the two biggest that it go to, and all of them do by email. And then at the end of the year, you just ask for like a yearly thing, and they'll send it over there. When you give all of that to your person that do your taxes, it is no paperwork. Even when I do the taxes, they send the taxes back in the email. If I want to get it printed out, which I do, I get it printed out. But other than that, it's no paperwork. Only thing she can do is be in that truck and get on my nerve. That's all she can do. You get what I'm saying? Listen, I drive trucks, so can't have her back there with her breasts sitting up like cantaloupes, you know what I'm saying, with no bra. And you can't go back there and fuck and then think you're going to drive again. You get what I'm saying? Like, she ain't going to drive. So you can go back there and flop on top of her like a fish out of water you want to, and still got to drive. You know what I'm saying? You ain't doing yourself no favor. See, I'm old enough to know that she serves me better being at the house.
Okay.
Because that's what women need to be at anyway, at the house. You know what I'm saying? Making sure that refrigerator clean.
You crazy.
You get what I'm saying? If you give women more leisure than that, then that's what we got right now in the black community, with black women telling they don't need no man. They don't want no man. And one thing about before I jumped on Dollar Bill, I heard you say something about that black men need to stop talking about black women, right? Online. What I'm here to tell you is that black is 10 times more channels of black women, not just saying a couple of words about black men, where their whole entire show premises, the whole entire show is about talking about black men and how they can either swirl or either don't mess with black men at all, or abort black men babies. You get what I'm saying? And all of those women shows have more views and more subscribers than anything that especially a guy like me that sneak in a one-liner every now and then. Like they doing 2 or 3 hour shows, like Patreons about this.
I've never seen them. Be honest.
Yeah, they're out there.
Oh, I can name you 10 right now.
Cynthia G.
I've never seen them.
Tanya TKO.
They don't show up on my algorithm.
Yeah. No, Paris Milan got like 500,000.
Hey, she up to like 750.
Oh, she's up there.
Yeah.
She was like 500,000.
Yeah, she up to like 750 now.
And also, all her chat rooms be going so hard with these females. They be like, you can't even keep on the chat room. There's so many people commenting, you know?
She don't slow it down or nothing.
I'm like, God, you can't see it, man. So there's definitely something going on there with these females, and they openly talk about swirling and divesting.
They talk about aborting black babies.
You talking about, yeah, we're not gonna have no
the self-destruction, man.
Yeah, so, but you got to think about it. If they're the creators, and the creators are openly against the men, then what you think that the men ain't gonna sit there?
You know what, how smart? You know what I think it is? It could be the fact of the matter is that whatever. I seen this one video where this black girls was saying, we respect the white man because he got power and that, but black men, you got to answer to him. So why should I respect you?
Exactly. You know? That's exactly how they thought. You know what?
Okay, if you even think like that, why would you get on? Why would you make a point of putting it out there and broadcast that for the world to see? You know,
Kyle, I agree. This also goes back to the older black man part. These are old ass black women that saying that shit.
No, this was young girls.
Nah, Kyla. If a young girl's doing it, she just trying to get some views. It's the old woman that preached this garbage.
Yeah, they preach it to the young one, but the young ones are picking it up.
Kyla, I'm proud to say that the young black marriage rate has increased. The older ones are just dying lonely, and exactly how they should.
I see some stats, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I got stats for you.
The name that they don't came up with their own little term, they call black men conquered, Dollar Bill. That's what they call them. They call black men conquered.
They call dusties.
Yeah, they got dusties. They call. Hold on, Colin.
Dusty brother up here.
Travis be like, yo, all these dusties in my troll. These dusties. There's people. Yeah, we got to deal with these moderators. Deal with the dusties. They're here.
Guess what the new word.
Hold on, these were brothers in the chat room talking about we love y'all.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that shit.
They don't want to hear that shit, man. I was like, damn. I said that is a really sad. Then she told us one real sad story, right? An older brother, right, saw her in the post office, right? She goes, this older black man came up to me right now. He was like act like he was smiling one night. It was an older guys. She goes, he'll ask me what I do, and I'm shipping my products like she does nail products or whatever she does. She sells whatever. Something there just selling my products. So he was just sitting there asking me questions about my business. So you're in business. He was like, he wouldn't get a business. She's like, what? And she was like, why was this nigga talking to me and whatnot? And that was so fucking ugly. You know? He was an older man, probably proud of a young black woman making money, probably your biggest fan. And when I did, he goes, then over there, I saw him yelling at the thing because package didn't go out right now. I was like, oh, I just can't be around. I was like, that was the most ugliest story I ever heard in my life.
But hold on, Carla. But then if she would have went outside and had a problem, she would have been asking that old man to come out there and risk his life.
And don't stand up for me, you know?
Yeah. That's what they do. That's what they do. They'll see Dollar Bill. They don't flip the game all the way around, and black men are finally waking up to it. They sit up there and talk shit about black men, then go get into a situation with another race of men, then want you to come over there and save them. When they wouldn't want to date you or deal with, they wouldn't give you no respect, but they want you to fight for them. That's why I say all the time that to black women, only thing that you can offer black women is death, dick, and disaster. That's all they want from you. They just want a baby. Like that's the trend right now. They don't want to be married. They don't want to be in a relationship. They want that baby so they can put you on child support. And then they can take your money. They ain't even got to listen to you. They'll just take your funds from you.
I don't have those experiences in my life. I got 99 problems, and that ain't one.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're old because you're old. I'm just saying that you're out of that loop of the treachery that's going on that black men are seeing right now. That, you know what I'm saying, you get a girl pregnant and the next thing you know, she ain't even got to talk to you. She ain't got to talk to you, ain't got to listen to you. You can't tell her. If she want to dress that baby up to look like RuPaul, ain't nothing you can do about it. Yeah, and you know what the judge gonna tell you? The judge gonna tell you to pay like you weigh.
I think people don't take their time. They just see a lot of men don't take their time trying to get involved before they get involved with a person on an intimate level. They just see behind and tatas, and they running out, man, like they're John the Conqueror. That's all that is.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. Even Carla had to go back on his word when I was telling him about these younger girls. Now they're hypersexual. The old men are not preying on them; they're preying on the old men. It's the young girls that's preying on the older men. They ain't tricking them. These young girls don't care who they get pregnant by. You know what I'm saying?
I got somebody in the chat room, Overton. When put your camera on, we'll see who you are first before we let you up.
These young girls these days are vicious, and they are glorified prostitutes. They will tell you straight up, Dollar Bill, look, instead of you taking me out, instead of you taking me to the movie, taking me out to eat, that's gonna be about $150 or $200. Won't you just give me that and then we can go fuck? Because that's what you want to do anyway.
Yeah.
Amen. I got some statistics right here, Dollar Bill. The black marriage rate of black women over 35 is damn near non-existent. It's the younger black women that are getting married. They're not listening to these old hoes no more.
Chat room. Hey, first person, I didn't say turn on the camera. I said show your face. If you're not gonna show your face, you're not getting up here.
Carla, be careful. You might be a white person. You might see something.
Sexual deviance, man, showing their penis and acting crazy.
That's what he did on Diane show yesterday.
Yeah, he did it to us once.
Yeah, same guy. Got Diners.
Oh, man. I don't know if you heard me. So I went on Dinah show earlier today and I was roasting these. And I don't know why he let them gay dudes up there, but I went full ham on them because ain't nothing about a gay, anything about black nationhood. It don't start with nothing gay. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't even, like, I'm not gonna even, I don't care what nobody say about it. And I got gay people in my family.
Family's extension of a black.
Yeah, if they want to be the help down the line, that's fine, but not when the start of a black nation. You can't do that with no gay black men. So I came in and roasted them, and then one of them said, "Hey, Diners, I give you $100 to drop Hustle Smart down." And Dinah was like, "No, man, Hustle Smart." Like, I'm like, "Hell no, get the $100. I'll drop down. I'll just call in tomorrow." Like, man, get. Like you, these dudes are so emotional. If they willing to pay you to drop me down, I like you get the cash out and I'll drop myself down. But I was on them for about 5 minutes hard. You know what I'm saying? Pause. But you know what I'm saying?
I might have to start my own platform. Hustle Smart needs you to come on all the time now. And I'm gonna let all the faggots.
Hey man, hey, let me tell you something, bro. When I go in, I see Collins like the hustle. A lot of y'all don't know. Collins kind of calms me down. You know what I'm saying? Because he's the intellectual of what I say. So I don't even get a chance to go all the way in. You know what I'm saying? But when I want to go in, I go. Now, Jonathan, you actually heard me go in one time when that Hebrew Israelite dude stayed on after Collar
Oh
in
yeah,
check.
that dude.
Yeah,
That's
you
about
ain't hear
the sun, moon, and stars, nigga. You know.
Collar.
Yeah,
Collar,
yeah. I was like, I gotta go, man. Y'all have a good
Hey,
time.
Kyla, you don't know who you really are, man. You just got to listen to
Man,
me.
dude, man, shut the fuck up, man. All I know is my bills due tomorrow,
Kyla,
and I got
you don't know who you
I got
are.
to put money
Y'all
in my
stop
bank
messing my
account.
Hebrew Israelite
I
brothers.
got to put
man.
money in my bank account, man, or it's gonna be overdrawn and whatnot. So if you can't help me with that, man, out of here.
Collar, I pulled this card. He started talking about the host stroll and the dope game. And I'm talking about pulling this card. I went in on it for about a good 30 minutes straight, Jonathan.
Oh, hey, where your son at? My son, he probably out there doing drugs and shit and getting buck fucked. Do you fuck your son? Oh God. See, man, that's what I'm talking about, man. I'm trying to educate you. You don't know who you are. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I hate that motherfucker saying shit. If you
Collar,
knew who
man,
you were, I know who the fuck I am, man. You know, I have a birthday. I hate when they say that shit. You don't know who you are. Yeah, I do, motherfucker. Shit. Motherfucker living in a white man's country, getting his ass kicked when I count the dollars.
But you want to know the main thing? What I hate when they say is that we're in the last enslavement or the last encampment of the last prison or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, so off the wall shit.
yeah, like we're in the last days of the some shit they say about because we was penalized because we disobeyed. So like it's so stupid.
What the hell did we do to deserve all this shit, man?
And we stole a mango. We stole a mango and we didn't
what
listen.
did we do? Stole a mango or
But so we hold on. We were so
camel. What
we
the hell
were
we
hey
so
Collar.
bad that we had to go through all this shit, you know?
Collar, we were so special. We so special Negroes that because we disobeyed, we get punished and we lost. You get what I'm saying? But everybody else get to lie, cheat, steal, kill, and slave. They get to do whatever they want to do.
Why is it? I always say like this. I said, look, I was telling Bamani, I said, look, everybody else at least got a chance. Nigeria had a country, they failed. Okay, Ghanaians, they failed. Whatever like that. Everybody gets a chance. South Africa, blacks out there screwing up. Whatever. Everybody in the world had a chance to say, okay, you have a nation, let's raise your flag. But the black man in America, they want to keep us. And it's all because white people make so much money off us, our talents, everything like that, our work, everything, that they feel that they can't let us go. You know? That's what it's all about, you know.
Collar, but you know what? It ain't that they can't let us go. It's that we don't want to let them go. Like we're addicted.
But if it became, look, I do believe if there was an option. But the problem is when people start talking about something else, they basically go over there. Yeah, let's go to Africa. But what about the healthcare? You know, what about the jobs? What am I doing for a living? Ain't got that figured out. Then people are like, man, shut up. But if you basically have a thing where we could build something where people could port over their 401k and live like real good because it's much cheaper, and have the basics, the essentials, running water, electricity, and all stuff like that. We make it our value system, right? That's why I say you can't follow Dr. Arikana. Why? Because she's coming from a third world situation. She don't have the same, even though she's living good in America, right? She probably, a lot of people think that why black people in America think they're too good to live without running water.
We are.
Yeah, that's what they think. They say, why can't you guys come over here, walk to the river, and get a bucket of water and bathe like everybody else? You know,
We won't.
Walk 5 miles with a jerry can on your head and shit.
Yeah, so
shit.
Now, you and I know that
flip flops.
If that's the case, then I could put me back in slavery.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's what I said. That's why you can never let Africans lead us to it because they don't understand our standard of living and what we are and our culture and our values. You know, it's not being mean, just saying we're different. You know.
Hey, Carl, let me tell you something, man. The day that I knew Africans was different was the day that they was cooking something. We was in a Saba and they was cooking something. And this dude was helping them cook. When I saw the dude squat down in a squatting position, he was cutting up onions, vegetables, doing all this stuff in a squatting position. Like he wasn't sitting on nothing. He was just in a squat position doing all that stuff.
I know. Look at Prince of Peace talk about we're proud of because we don't want to walk 5 miles. He said, "We're proud of beast meat."
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey, we
Come on,
like
man.
we
You went for losing, man.
we like our meat. Let me tell you something. I was talking to my Kenyan chick, and she was talking about some making some pomona, and I was like, it caught my ear because I remember I was watching this video about what I'm saying, about leather. And I was like, that sounds like leather. Like, why is it sounding like leather? And then when I looked at it, it's the goddamn cow hide. It's the hide of a cow, where every other nation use it to make leather, but they use it and they boil it and put it in like a soup or something. You get what I'm saying? And they eat it. Like things that we use to make leather, they use it to eat. They boil it and eat.
So somebody could conceivably take my leather jacket, and steal and eat it. You understand?
They soften it up, but that's what it's called. It's called pomona or some shit like that. All it is the cowhide, and that's what they make leather out of. And that's why the leather industry in Nigeria is going under, because instead of them making a profit off of it, they want to eat it.
Damn, sad, man. Mike Olawale got some explaining to do, man. And Ola, where's Ola at, man? He got some explaining to do, man.
Ola gonna come in here with some ground nuts in his mouth. You know what I'm saying? Chewing, can't talk, man. You know what I'm saying?
That last show with you and him, man, he was like, "Fuck you, Hustle Smart."
I know, right? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But that's the weird part. When I let the girl hear it, and she was like, "No, she's like, all African men do is whine them." That's the name that they use. They use like whine, and they say all they do is whine you and promise you, and then that's it. They don't want to stand. They call them stingy. And she was like, African men are stingy. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're stingy.
Why is that little girl Wildflower been dying tomorrow? African men are so generous. I'm like,
she lying her ass off.
Man,
That's all.
please. Well, them African men are cheap as fuck.
I said, what are you talking about, lady?
Well, they are cheap. They don't give away shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to explain to them every naira. Every single naira, you know what I'm saying? And then they want you to negotiate. They'll get a girl like 10,000, tell her to go down there and negotiate and haggle. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, please.
And they more prying to P.Diddy a bitch.
We're not explaining nothing. Some people eat pomo or cowhide. Damn, man.
She said, that's what it is. I'm telling you, it kind of the weirdest thing in the world.
I thought you were kidding. Shit.
No, I wish I was joking. And the only reason why, because I don't eat that. I don't eat that gelatinous, none of that, no skin, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? But they eat that, the cow hoof and the chicken feed and shit, and I mean, I know it's weird because
I gotta apologize to my ancestors, because I used to get on them for eating chitlins, but goddamn,
man, no, they eating the hide, bro. They eating the goddamn hide, and they don't even clean it properly. They just boil it. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to soak it. You know what I'm saying? Just like how a lot of people do with chitlins, they'll soak it in vinegar and all that shit before they eat it. No, they don't even do that. They just boil it. You know what I'm saying? They just boil that shit. Like in America, we're more buff because we're more solid because we eat like the muscle. Like they don't eat a lot of muscle. They eat a lot of tendon.
Yeah, the muscle with the taste is, man.
Yeah, but see, they eat the tendon because they make some type of soup or they put enough Maggi cubes in it, the Maggi seasoning cubes in it, and make some type of roux. Now they good at making a roux. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So what they do, they put the roux in there and they soak it in just the same way with fufu and elbow. It has no taste. So that's why they put the soup on top of it. And then you put, I don't eat swallow. They call it swallow. I don't eat swallow at all. I'd rather just have the goat pepper soup and then just drain some of the soup out of it, eat it with rice. Instead of eating it with that soup, because you don't know if the water's clean. That's why you can't eat that soup. You definitely can't eat that shit off the street. Man, you'll die eating that street food. Even the Africans get sick from the street food.
Yeah,
they get stomach virus.
Can't do that. You can't do that. Can't do street food.
Yeah. The street. Not well. Now you're not supposed to eat street food. Period. At all. At all. One of them. I got a wife, right? She be like, we don't eat the street food in this area at all because they be cooking human.
You better take heed to that. If she says that, you better take heed.
Domino's pizza all the time. What are you talking about? Take heed.
I'm saying if she said don't eat that street food, you better listen.
Yeah, I ain't eating it anyway. It don't matter.
If Africans tell you that, you know it's dangerous, man. You know.
But the idea that they actually be like feeding people human flesh, bro, that shit.
I've seen that. I seen a fucking hand in the Sawyer market, and I was like, damn, I seen a fucking human hand.
Yeah, they call that a delicacy.
What did that dude do to lose his hand and whatnot? You know,
man, he could have been asleep. It don't matter. Like what I'm trying to tell you, Colin, they uncivilized in West Africa. They believe me, it's not all, but I'm just saying it's a lot of them have that uncivilized way of eating. You get what I'm saying? Of just how they live and just uncivilized. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a weird take on just the food. And a lot of people don't even have refrigerators. A lot of people that's the part that are tripping.
Yo, look, John, smart. The first thing I said to Isabel, I said when we get our place is the first thing is a refrigerator, right? The second thing is a stove, right? And as far as the furniture and whatnot, furnishing, right? I said before we even think about moving, I want a new shower, new toilet, marble floor, all this stuff, walk-in shower, all stuff like that. I gotta have all the amenities. I'm sorry, and that's not asking for too much. AC unit, all that, new stove, everything, kitchen, new cabinets, everything. I wanted it all. I did it all. I went all out on this trip, man.
Right.
I got a nice apartment, man. So I could tell her when I call her, I said, I don't want to hear. She go, man, I'm so lonely. I said, I don't want to hear a damn thing. All your friends are jealous because you live in a nice place. I don't want to hear about how lonely you are. I want you. I gotta stay in America. I can't come over there right now. It is what it is.
Yeah.
African goddess, I will still come because just like the people that's in charge, the elite people, if you got money in Nigeria, you live like a king.
Yeah.
You're like a king.
When I go to Liberia, man, that 1 month I feel like I'm on top of the world.
Yeah.
African goddess, to be fair, it's not the rich people or the people with money that are uncivilized. They're very civilized.
Yeah, they're very civilized. Yeah, they'll tell you don't go to the mainland.
Man, I've been told don't go here, don't go there, cover every drink. If you don't finish your drink, just throw it away and get another one. It hasn't been open yet. I've been warned about so much shit.
That's the funny part. They will tell you, they'll try to keep you, when you're American and you go to a nice area, they don't want you to go to the mainland. They want you to stay right over there where they at, spend your money over there. You get what I'm saying? They ain't gonna tell you to go over there. They're gonna tell you about how you're gonna get sick, how you're gonna get robbed. You got the area boys. You get what I'm saying? You got all that stuff going.
Dollar Bill, you still up?
Man, Dollar Bill 60 years
Dollar
old,
Bill
man.
and Bomani sleep.
You sleep?
Dollar Bill got
I'm gonna end the live. Y'all want to stay on y'all?
No, I'm going.
Good night, fellas.
Dollar
Good
Bill
night.
got
Take
that.
care. Have a good one.
He got that Ubuntu blanket over his knees.
Ubuntu playing. Why y'all fuck with Dollar Bill, man? That's my man. That's my
He's
man.
on the Ubuntu airplane right now. He's on Ubuntu Airways. Living in a world where everyone gets along and loves each other.
Hey man, I like Dollar Bill. You know what I'm saying? I just have to get on him sometime when
he loves his people. He believes in us. But me, I got a PhD in Negroology, man.
Yeah. Well, it's just a PhD in realism, in reality. You get what I'm saying?
Negroology, so
it's it's reality. You know what? I'm glad Dollar Bill is married, happily married, and just living this life like he is because